All right, we have the live stream fixed now. It is actually live up on Jesse's YouTube page. I corrected the link on the TNA Race Club page, and I have the new link posted on my YouTube or on my Facebook as well and Instagram. Justin Short, left-hand side, 1997 GMC Sonoma. Right-hand side, Frank Stanley, Vacaville, California, the 1969 Camaro, racing for the Vacavillains. Justin's 24 on the tree. 763 with a 4 at 88 miles an hour. Frank Stanley 60 on the tree. 648 with a 9 at 105. Next pair up, a couple of trucks. One's a little bit newer than the other. John Andrews out of Anderson, California, the 1973 Chevy pickup truck. 4 tops and a bottom is the team he claims. Junior Stanley and the Dodge Ram. He's going deep. Racing for the Vacavillains. John Andrews, James Bond, 007 on the tree. Runs a 621 with a 2 at 109 miles an hour. Junior Stanley, 144, a little bit tardy. Goes 1055 with the 1 at 66. Next pair, Doug Rudd out of Wilton, California, the 1964 Ford Fairlane with 408 cubic inches of Ford power. Not as much as it would be if it was Chevy power, but we're not going to talk about it. Right-hand side, driver not on file. Racing for the Vacavillains. I can see that written on the back of his window. Right-hand side turns it James Bond 007 on the red side. Runs a 615 with the 1 at 110. Left-hand side, Doug Rudd, 115 on the tree. Runs a 704 with a 2 at 95. Kip Poole, left-hand side out of Poolesville, Washington, the 1979 Boo. Team Killer is the team that he claims this weekend. Bob Stanley, Merced, California, 1981 Trans Am. Balls deep is what he says on the side of his Trans Am, even though he's not deep staging. So it's kind of an oxymoron there. Kip Poole turns a 19 thou red. Goes a 702 with a 7 at 95 miles an hour. Almost at 195 miles an hour. That'd be a big mile an hour in ET difference. Bob Stanley, 47 on the tree, a 708 with a 5 at 95. Mike Ealing, left-hand side, Rohnert Park, California. Got to hang out with him a little bit last night. 1965 El Camino. This thing runs on 91 octane pump gas is what he told me last night. He told me that he left the track in the middle of the day yesterday, went to the gas station, got more gas for the race car, and came back and made the next round. John Victorino out of Novato, California, L&M competition, sponsored S10. John, 18 on the tree, goes a 756 with a 2 at 91 mile an hour. Mike, a little bit tardy. 51 on the tree, goes a 650 with a 7 at 103. Left-hand side, John Gray, the F-Stock Automatic 72 Demon out of Vacaville, the Sims Performance sponsored hot rod. Right-hand side, Matty Hanser, Cool, California, the 82 Camaro. Dad's bringing her into the stage beams, racing for the Eliminators. Miss Mad Money gonna try to go some rounds this weekend. Get some good content for the YouTube page. 1 thou separate them. They're both red, though. John turns it 7 thou red. Goes a 681 with a 3 at 97. Matty, 6 thou red. Goes a 603 with a 1 at 113. Next pair, Dave Schaefer, left-hand side out of Auburn, California, the 1966 Mustang. Team Killer is his affiliate this weekend. Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California. The Hall Bros 1964 Falcon, racing for the Ballers. He's got a bunch of stories about Medford and Samoa. Him and Mike got stories for days. Dave Schaefer, that's the third 007 lot we've had in no box already. 631 with a 9 at 107 for him. Cliff, 21 on the tree, 646 with a 0 at 106. Left-hand side, Dennis Paz, Stockton, California, the 1965 El Camino with a Chevy 400 under the hood. Snitches Get Stitches is his team for the weekend. Chad Logie out of Brentwood, the California Missile with a Plymouth 440 under the hood of that 1970 GTX. Dennis has a few of those copper orange race cars. Decided to bring the El Camino this weekend. Wheels up for Dennis, 29 on the tree. Goes a 674 with a 9 at 99 mile an hour. Chad Logie, 61 on the tree, a little bit tardy there. Goes a 653 with a 9 at 102. Left-hand side, Dwayne Operman out of Napa, the B&G Tires sponsored 1967 Camaro, racing for a drag racing machine. Right-hand side, Wayne Poe, Vancouver, Washington, the O2 Mullis racing for the Shit Show, who is currently leading the points thanks to Cooper Chun's win last night. Doubling the dragster in box and no box. Dwayne Operman turns a 002. Goes a 728 with a 1 and 92 miles an hour. Wayne Poe turns it pretty red there, 77. Goes a 585 with a 2 at 128. Left-hand side, Jay Greener out of South San Francisco, California. Not North, but South San Francisco in the 1974 Ventura, the Shot Callers. Larry Gilly out of Hillmar, California, the 1969 Dodge Dart. E-Stock automatic. Gilly turns it 14th thou red. Runs it through there, 673 with a 5 and 99 miles an hour. Jay, 16 on the tree, 676 with a 2 at 100. Right-hand side, John Tobias out of Emmett, Idaho. 4 tops in the bottom is his team affiliate for the weekend. Custom-built dragster. Christopher Martin, left-hand side, Brentwood, California, the 2007 Corvette with a 427 under the hood. I wonder if that's a Texas Speed 427. I'll have to find out. 003 red for Christopher on the left-hand side. 646 with a 0 at 109. John Tobias, 32, green on the tree, goes a 598 with a 3 at 113. Tony Roca, Modesto, California, the 1968 Camaro. Left-hand side, right side, Ray Lucas, Concord, California. The West's fastest barber, the 89 Mustang. Ray turns a 29 green. Runs a 666 with a 6. That's a lot of 6s at 101 miles an hour. Tony, pretty tardy on the tree. Runs a 736 with a 2 at 93. David Chun Jr., Vancouver, Washington, racing for the Shit Show. His boy got the win last night on March to the Money Saturday. Right-hand side, David Meyer, Shredden, California. Racing for the Ballers. Chevy S10. He's got his Cavalier racing this weekend also. David Chun, 008 green. Runs it through there, 524 with a 5 at 132. David, 10th out behind, 18. Runs it a 652 with a 1 at 103. Danny Valdez out of Bakersfield, the 1969 Camaro. Left-hand side, right-hand side, Henry Roberson Jr., North Highlands, California. 1984 Mustang with a Ford 306 under the hood. Another one of those baller crew. Got all kinds of stickers on the side of that Mustang. I don't think I have enough time to name them all. What is that? Rockland Automotive, Summit, Sac Raceway, Mickey Thompson, UPR, Jegs, and that's all I got. Henry 004 on the tree. Runs a 7:18 with the 0 at 95 miles an hour. Danny kind of tardy on the tree, goes a 6:12 with a 9 at 114. Your last no box car, Chuck Adams out of West Sacramento. The rusty 47 Chevy with a parachute and a wheelie bar that are probably not needed, but they're there for the aesthetic. Small block 350 under the hood with a secret shot of nitrous. Oh, turns at 15 green. Putting down through there. We'll get there eventually. 1190 with a 6 at 55 miles an hour. Here's our first pair of box time runs. Left-hand side, Sam Tucker out of Redding, California. The 32 Bantam inspired roadster. 470 Mopar powering that hot rod. Todd Ross in the right-hand side out of Granite Bay, California. 2002 era dragster with a Chevy 565 under the hood. Todd Ross racing for 4 tops and a bottom. Sam racing for 12 pack. Todd says he's going to go a 4 or a 504 on the dial-in board. Let's see if he's close. Dietz decks the side of that hot rod. Todd, 16 on the tree. Goes a 506 with a 1 at 137. Sam, 12 on the tree, goes a 537 with a 0 at 126 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Sean McInnes out of Valley Springs, California, the 36-year-old big performance-sponsored 1978 Camaro with a Chevy 355 under the hood. Joe Froome out of Red Bluff, California, the 2012 Yancer dragster. Racing for 4 tops and a bottom. Tehima Tire Service, sponsored dragster on the right-hand side of the racetrack. I'll separate them up front. Joe goes 11 on the tree, 489 with a 3 at 143 miles an hour. Sean, 13 on the tree, 642 with a 1 at 105. Left-hand side, Bill Wood out of Redding, California, 59-year-old. It says a 1999 victory, but that looks way newer than a 1999 victory chassis to me, but we'll roll with it. Has a Chevy, a big block 632. Over on the East Coast, we got a whole category dedicated to 632 cubic inch motors. Right-hand side, Ken McConnell, Red Bluff, California. Sponsored by Tess McConnell in 1998 victory. Turns at 18th thou red, goes a 536 with a 3 at 131. Bill, 005 on the tree, 486 with a 0 at 145. Left-hand side, Adam Hicks, Nevada City, California. K&N and Mickey Thompson sponsored 2014 TNT dragster with a Chevy 622 under the hood. Well, not under the hood, there is no hood. Powering the rail, we'll say that. Ron Kelly Jr., right-hand side, San Leandro, California. The Pressman, Kelly Racing sponsored 1967 Chevy Deuce. Adam, 10 on the tree, runs a 452 with a 3 at 153. Ron Kelly Jr., 19 on the tree, 598 with a 3 at 117 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Cody Cloud out of Galt, California, the L&M transmission-sponsored 1964 Falcon, racing for the Eliminators this weekend. Brian Cam, Pacifica, California. Tom and Jack's Auto, sponsored 1988 Firebird, racing for Drag Race Machine. 1 thou separate him on the tree. Brian Cam 1 thou better. Cam goes a 659 with an 8 at 103. Cody Cloud 650 with a 3 at 111 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Marty Sinceros out of Redding, California. The Mandan Racing 02 Uehara Dragster. Right-hand side, Bill Bathello, Smith, Nevada. C's Candy Newmark Transmissions 05 Grand Am with a Chevy 598 under the hood. That's the same motor that I got in my race car back at home. I go 550s though. Let's see what he's got. I can't remember what he ran yesterday. 486 yesterday. Well, he's got a couple tenths on me. I got to get my program together, I guess. Must have not had the delay box set correctly there. Both of them were a little tardy. Bill Bathello 482 with a 0 at 145. I don't know if I want to go 480s in my race car. A big old shoebox. I don't know how well it would handle that. Marty goes a 504 with a 3 at 127 miles an hour. Next pair, left-hand side, Randy Cloud out of Galt, California, the 61-year-old L&M transmission-sponsored 1969 Ford Maverick with 547 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood. Right-hand side, John Propp out of Auburn, California, the 2010 Sarmento-built dragster with a Chevy 565. He's got a 468 on his dial-in board. Let's see how close he gets to that. Randy racing for the Eliminators this weekend. Randy clicks it 10 thou red. Goes a 580 with a 6 at 119. John Propp 16 on the tree. Goes a 472 with a 0 at 146 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Pete Vertigal out of Knights Ferry, California, the 1968 Cuda with a 572 cubic inch Mopar under the hood. Racing. Both these guys are racing for the Eliminators this weekend. Eric Wattier, right-hand side, Lockford, California. The 63-year-old retired mechanic, 1972 Vega. Veganomics is what it says. Eric must have had the delay box incorrect there. Pete, 14 on the tree, goes a 592 with a 2 at 115. Eric, 724 with a 6 at 115. That's a pretty high mile an hour for a 724 with a 6. Left-hand side, Jason Hoffman out of Vacaville, California, the 39-year-old driving the 1972 Nova. Right-hand side, Rod Hartzell out of Modesto, California. Hartzell Racing 1964 Nova. Two different generations of Novas. I like the right side better. These guys all have almost identical motors. Jason clicks it 1, Chiclet red. 685 with the 4 at 102. Rod, 607 with the 1 at 114 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Rob Dayton out of Livermore, California. Tech Machine Shop, Livermore. Sponsored 1956 Thunderbird with a Ford 427 under the hood. Right-hand side, Bobby Hartshorn. Oroville, California, 5th Avenue Body Shop, 02 Worthy Built Dragster. Bobby racing for 12-pack this weekend. Trees down. Bobby's having some trans brake issues, but Rob, 09 on the tree. Goes at 693 with a 2 at 98. Bobby having some transbreaker delay box issues. Goes a 522 with the 1 at 114. Left-hand side, Shane Ericart out of West Sacramento, California, the 49-year-old. Valley Toys service-sponsored 1975 Celica. You don't see too many Celicas at the racetrack with 406 Chevys under the hood. Right-hand side, Robert Butler, Citrus Heights, California, the 1966 Land Boat Chevelle SS. Robert Butler, 007 James Bond. That's the 4th 007 light we've had so far. Robert, 622 with a 7 at 110. Shane, 670 with a 9 at 102. Albert Molinari, left-hand side in the 2002 Trans Am with a LS1 under it. The Lucky Ducky sponsored machine out of Wilton, California. Right-hand side, Giovanni Colecci out of Maple Valley, Washington, the 17-year-old in the 2012 Phantom Dragster. Hand and trailer repair, sponsored hot rod. Bumping it in. Flickers that bottom bulb on. Oh. Heard a puh out of the dragster. Albert, 33 on the tree, runs a 736 with a 4 at 92 miles an hour. Giovanni had some troubles there. Goes a 520 with an 8 at 137. Left-hand side, Tanner Hyatt out of Sparks, Nevada. 30-year-old driving the 2017 TNT chassis dragster with a Sun 615 cubic inch motor under the hood. John Carvalho out of Modesto, California, the Mazdas Plus sponsored 1967 Camaro. Tanner turns a 005 to the green side, goes a 451 with a 2 at 154 miles an hour. John, 21 on the tree, goes 627 with the 1 at 111 miles an hour. Next pair, left-hand side, John Colecci out of Maple Valley, Washington, the hand and trailer repair sponsored 08 Worthy Dragster, the other half of the Colecci racing team. Right-hand side, Jody George out of Bakersfield, California, in the Cutlass. Gonna be doing some G-body shuffle. John, 003 green. Jody, 004 red. Jody goes 630 with a 2 at 111. John, 492 with a 7 at 139 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Dean Wellahan out of Pleasant Hill, California. 1962 Chevy 2. Hey, test and tune, guys. We need you to lane 7. Test and tuners, test and tuners, test and tuners. Lane 7. Herc Ursi, right-hand side, Modesto, California. The Nova that's 3 years older than the one on the left. Herc, 001 on the tree. Haven't had a perfect light yet, but that's the closest we've gotten. Goes to 670 with a 3 at 103. Dean, 691 with a 9 at 94 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Robert Crum, Chico, California. Top-notch Cleaning Incorporated, the 1963 Nova with a Chevy LS6 under the hood. Sean Ealing, right-hand side, Roanoke Park, California. Haas Woodworking sponsor, 1991 Corvette Chop Top. Robert, 007. That is the 5th 007 light we've had today. Robert, 655 with a 0 at 103. Sean, 652 with a 4 at 102. Left-hand side, Steve Jazlowski, San Jose, California, the 2012 Ford 5.0 Mustang. Stick shifted his way to a few round wins yesterday in both classes. He was double entered. Right-hand side, Joe Brown, Vacaville, California. EFI expert, Rich Nabal sponsored 70 Duster. Steve clicks at 5,000 red. Joe's 50 on the tree, goes a 645 with the 1 at 106. Steve goes at 841 with an 8 at 87 miles an hour. That's a little slow for Steve's Mustang there. Next pair of dragsters, we got Katie Reyes out of Tracy, California. The R&R Racing Incorporated sponsored 2016 Racecraft. Right-hand side, Jake Wood, Redding, California. Got an old dragster is all it says. Racing for Drag Race Machine. Once again, we need all of our test and tune guys that are here for today. We need you guys in lane 7. Test and tuners, we need you to lane 7. Katie turns a 004 green, 478 with a 3 at 146 miles an hour. Jake Wood, 13, goes a 512 with a 3 at 135. First round of no box. First round of no box. We need you to 5 and 6. And first round of no box. First round of no box. First round of no box. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Janice Meyer, Streeton, California. California Custom Iron sponsored 2000 Uehara. She just got knee replacement surgery and didn't get out of her car one time yesterday. I'm pretty sure she went to the quarterfinals. Her birthday yesterday. Let's see what she can do today. She's 14 on the tree. Goes a 503 with a 9 at 137. Robert Bagley turns at 84 red. Goes 756 with a 9 at 91 miles an hour. Left-hand side, my boy, Andrew Olson, the 20-year-old student out of Sacramento, California, in the 1970 Camaro. Going to be chasing Super Street this year in the NHRA Division 7. Right-hand side, Tim Kohler out of Lodi, California, in the 1986 Camaro. Andrew is the 6th person to be 007 today. Goes a 570 with a 6 at 121. Tim Kohler, 57 on the tree, 563 with a 0 at 123. If I had $1 for every time somebody's been 007 today, I'd have $6. It's not a lot, but I'm sure there'll be more the way we're going. Left-hand side, Ron Nichols out of Livermore, California, the 1964 Olds. Right-hand side, Richard Tucker, Acampo, California, Pinello Racing Engine sponsored 1967 Camaro, racing for Team Killer this weekend. High Plains Drifter paint job there. That's pretty dope. Ron Nichols, 23 on the tree. Goes to 689 with a 7 at 99 miles an hour. Richard Tucker, 40 on the tree, 651, 9 at 107. Chase Trimp, left-hand side. In the Roadster, right-hand side, Udo Richter out of Oakley, California, the 1995 Victory. This is a very unique dragster here. Racing for the Shot Callers this weekend. Once again, no box. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 for first round. No box. We need you for first round, lanes 5 and 6. Also, test and tuners, we need you to lane 7. Test and tuners, hold off for a little bit. We're going to do first round first and then test. Chase turns at 8,000 green. Runs a 564, 3 at 123. Udo, 16,000 red. 605 with a 2 at 112. Left-hand side, Joe Levitt, Carmichael, California, racing for the Ballers. Right-hand side, Rob Noel, Schrieden, California, the 1969 Camaro, racing for the Shot Callers. Is that like is that a shot at the Ballers? Like baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala, you know, the song? I wonder if that's what they were doing there. Joe, 15th hour red. 604 with a 2 at 113. Rob, 39 on the tree. 650 with a 4 at 104. Left-hand side driver not on file in the Vega. Right-hand side, Ken Parks, Placerville, California. Fix Auto Repair Collision. Sponsored 1972 240Z. There's a few Datsuns here this weekend. Ken turns his 16th out to the dark side. 664 with a 6 out of 102 miles an hour. Left side was a little tardy there. 98 goes 692 with a 6 out of 100. Left-hand side, Matt Hartzell, Modesto, California. Hartzell Racing, sponsored 1965 El Camino. Right-hand side, Jacob Najar in the red Mustang. And there's your 7th 007 light of the day. Matt Hartzell, 007 on the tree, 721 with a 0 at 108. Jacob, 18 on the tree, 581.5 at 118. Left side, David Meyer, Schrieden, California. His brand new to him Cavalier. Right-hand side, Jen Levitt, Carmichael, California, the Chevy Love. I love me a Chevy Love. Pink's All Out sticker on the back. When did y'all have Pink's All Out? 5 or 6 years. So she must have had a good time. David Meyer, a little early there, 15 red. Goes a 584, 1 at 116. Jen, 42 on the tree, 657 with a 0 at 105 miles an hour. Left-hand side, Jim Glenn, Ridgefield, Washington. 1969 Firebird. Right-hand side, Kevin Shearer, Belfair, Washington. The 27 Ford Roadster with a 565 cubic inch motor powering that machine. Jim Glenn, 009 on the tree. That's right where you want to be. He set up pretty good for first round. Goes 623 with a 7 at 111 miles an hour. Kevin, 006 red, 527 with a 2 at 130 miles an hour. Right-hand side, Cooper Chun, Vancouver, Washington. Your last night's main event winner, the 16-year-old. One heck of a driver, dude. This kid's something special, man. Him and his dad and the Washington crew are going to go over to the Spring Fling in a couple weeks and see what they can do. As I say that, he turns a 12th hour red. He won every round yesterday. Didn't need to buy back one time. Goes 522 with a 1 at 132 miles an hour. Left-hand side a little bit tardy. 721 with a 3 at 95. And I believe this is your last time run. Bo Hicks, San Carlos, California, the 24-year-old, the 08 Worthy Super Gas style roadster. Oh yeah, they're definitely setting up for Super Gas. Heard that throttle stop there for the first, I don't know, 100 feet or so. It goes to 661 with a 1 at 117. And that'll do it for your time runs here. We got no box in the lanes for their first round. Box, you are on standby. Hey, if you're tuning in to the live feed, thanks for watching. We had a great race yesterday. Box, we need you to the lanes. Box, we need you to the lanes for first round. I know you just did your time run, so we'll give you a minute, but this is your first call for first round. Box, we need you to the lanes for first round. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Please rise and remove your caps for playing of the most beautiful song in the world, the United States National Anthem. Hell yeah, brother. God bless America. God bless drag racing. God bless Sacramento Raceway, and we're going racing. First round of no box, pulling into the water box right now. Here we go. Eric's going to bring you in for no box.
All right. Did a whole bunch of box racing yesterday. Time to go no box. Your first two. Dennis Paz. Norm Bergman. For Dennis, out of snitches get stitches. They did pretty darn good in the points yesterday. Let's just look at the old points from yesterday. Five-man teams. They can be split between box and no box, but they can't be doing it in both. That's the obscure rule right now. Your champ yesterday was that team that can't be named. For Dennis, 675, 673, Norm Bergman. Your first two in. Ready. Go. We saw with no perfect lights in time runs. It's a rarity. Your first winner here. How about Norm Bergman? 8th thou down there. Took 16 at the start for an 8th thou stripe. 674 pause. 13 out. Went 677. Done in round number 1. Steve Jaslowski, 839. Hope you're enjoying the live feed. Steve's the one that had it all set up for you. Robert Cochran, right side, was not here yesterday. And he's all pretty much done for the day as he grabbed a little bit too much. For Steve, 840. 86 miles an hour. Round 2 is where he's going. Justin Short gets a toughie. Henry Roberson. For Justin, the GMC that changes its unpainted paint scheme each week. 764. Henry coming in at 721. Box should be in 1 and 2. Bring him on. Henry knows exactly how long that timeout is on the tree, doesn't he? They're moving. About 16th out between them at the start. Win light there, Henry. 6th out stripe, 10 light. 722, 764, dead 7 there for Justin. Came out just that much short. Jay Greiner, 675. He's got Cliff Hall. Cliff went a whole bunch of rounds, like all the way to that next to last round yesterday. Lost out to Roger Phillips there. From the Ballers, the shot callers is Jay Greiner, 675, 648. We're in. We're thinking about it. We're ready. We're moving. They split 4th out between them. Greiner, 1 thou stripe on a 23 light, 677 puts out Cliff Hall. Hall goes 17 over 27 light. I do not think that was quite the expected time for Cliff to plant one. Matty Hands or John Carvalho, your next two. For Matty, 602. John, 628. Dad likes to play pro stocker over there. Check the wheelie bars, check this, check that, check the other thing. They go in. Off they go. Red light start, Matty. First red of the day. 46 green, John Carvalho. He goes 629 and right into round number 2. Can't call Matty out because all it takes is money to get right back into the staging lanes for round number 2. I know we'll do first round buybacks. I don't know if we'll do second round today. We'll see. The Steph pause and Herc Usery get to the line. Steph from Stitches Get Stitches. Herc from the Whoppers. 617, 672. That's the magic numbers up on those Pac West scoreboards. We're going. Oh, snoozeroo here, both sides. Stripe goes to Steph as they go womp, 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 womp down there. I mean, 96 light for Steph. She goes 620 and wins it by a dime. Ryan Haluska, Don Momey next to. for Ryan. Possibly well, I'll go second slowest vehicle around because Chuck Adams is out there. 887. Moby, very fast, 38 Chevrolet. Had the optional 540-inch Chevy inside, 582. Long way. Kind of wings it there. Ryan, 888. Went 4 out. Took 3 at the stripe. Don, 29 out, 584. Now Jeff LaSalle and Ray Lucas. For Jeff, 643. Ray, 664. Yeah, no box. Or excuse me, box. You should be in 1 and 2. No, we're gone. We're 3,000 between them. Worth a stripe, 644 there for Jeff LaSalle. Took a Hun down there. 11 light, 8 light, 3 over for Ray Lucas. He's out here in round number 1. The jeweler from San Francisco. That is Vince Cardinale. There are Tiggs Jewelers there. They're 10-14. Okay, so Ryan's the 3rd slowest car. John Victorino taking off. The S10, 755. Here's the blinky thing. It's going to be Vince Cardinale. 42 out. Took 2 down there. 10-17. He's moving on. Victorino, 53 out. 760. He's gone in round number 1. It's Chad Logie. Brings the California Missile. The C automatic car up. The GTX, 654. Linda Valdez hosts 663. One of the Bakersfield players. Oh. Let's just say that 6 is an expensive gap. 667, Linda Valdez. She went 22 out. Logie, who went trip zip earlier yesterday, goes 654. He goes dead 6. Left 2 down there. Scott McKenna, 705. Don Mallory, 611. Scott, the designer of our Team Sacramento shirts this year. Graphic designer from Dublin. As we go double red. Give Scott the win. 25 better than 35. 704.7 there for Scott. For Mallory, 607. Scott to round number 2. Don back to the checkbook. John Gray and Frank Stanley come to the starting line. John, another stalker over there. A lot of stalkers and super stalkers playing the game this weekend. 681. Frank Stanley, 648. Stanley, one of the Vacavillans. John Gray could be a Vacavillan too, but you know, he didn't join the team. We're moving. Gray, 23, dead 5. Took 3 down at the stripe. Stanley, 41 out. 649. He starts looking for some spare change. It's Christopher Martin and Robert Bagley come on up. Martin, 639. Bagley, 753. The quality scaffolding team car fouls out by 2. Martin cruising, 646, 107. When you roll up in round number 1, you don't always want to look out your window and see Dean Kirkman sitting in the other lane. 637, Kirkman over there, the 5.5. For Team Baco. Steve Cochran over here. 68 Camaro, the player from Fair Oaks. We're moving. Steve, don't hand Dean 6. Dean's going to hand you that thing. 643, 101. Cochran, 669, 104. 5 down there at the stripe for Dean Kirkman. Roger Phillips almost sealed the deal last night. Just stuck it too well and grabbed 2 thou more than he wanted. He's got Danny Valdez here. 652 Phillips. Valdez, 620. Oh. Valdez goes way, way, way early. Phillips goes 2 thou early. Dead 3 there. I mean, that's not a bad pass. I mean, 2 thou red, dead 3. I mean, yeah, the plus side would be better, but sticking it in both ends is pretty good. Dave Schaefer, Bob Stanley. For Schaefer, the Auburn runner, the 66 Mustang. Stanley up from Merced. The Trans Am. Little 360-inch Chevrolet. Oh, he plunks it by 7. Schaefer, 635, 102. Freebie into round number 2. Tony Citro and a JR Stanley come on up. Stanley, the Vacavella, 1060 dial. 638, Tony Citro. 75 Camaro, 496 Chevrolet. And we're going. Stanley grabbed too much after a 3 light. 641, Citro, 11 light. Stanley took diamond and a half of the stripe, and well, that was way too much. Just saying, as Doug Rudd and Wayne Poe come on up. Rudd, the small Ford, 64 Fairlane. Poe, one of the handful of dragsters running here in no box out of Vancouver, Washington. Wump, 702. Doug Rudd took 3 down there. 64 light pole was just a chunk off, went 90 on an 86. 77 light, and they just added up to way too much. Larry Gilly. He celebrated his birthday yesterday as well. The Dart from Hilmar, home of the world's largest cheese factory. Wes Eisinger from Ripon, which is maybe the home of the world's largest something or other. 595 for Wesley. 672 for Larry, your former U.S. Nationals champion and stock eliminator. And I think he had to do it the hard way. I think it was a heads-up final. Gilly out there. Here comes Wes. Gilly, 6-7-2-1. Larry Gilly puts a 3-pack out there. Eisinger 24 out, and he's already 21 done. Eric Reyes, Jody George, your next 2. 631 for Jody. For Eric, 578. Eric kind of grabbed the brakes down there, and Jody threw an egg at him. 631. Took a 9 thou stripe. Now John Tobias. Little dragster, 596. Tony Rocha, 722. Oh, all of a sudden it's real quiet out there. So I think they can go check out and look at that right lane and see if Eric might have left something there for us. So again, we're just continuing to stare at the blackness and see if there's something more than sticky on it. All right, Paul heads off the top end, so we'll try it again with John and Tony here. You can see on the side, it's a sportsman test vehicle. It tested the rule, and, well, the rule won. And just in John's defense, there was nothing in the rules for sportsmen that said it could not be an open-wheeled vehicle. Then the firm decided, nah. Magically, sportsman became door cars. See, it always pays to read the rule book. Oh, John Tobias sinks her by a thou. Tony Rocha, good by a whole heck of a lot, like .313. 717, Rocha goes to round two. Tobias says, shucks, darn gosh, 598, 112, and where's that money? Mike Ealing and Jacob Nahar next to 649, 582. One hun, that's about it. That's what it meant. 652, Mike Ealing moving on. 101, Jacob grabbed two hun, too much. Took a 4 stripe, and now is going to pay for it. John Andrews, Greg Matthews next to. You'll see this same 62 Chevy 2 in box with a different driver. We're staged. We're moving. One of us moved a whole bunch better than the other one. Yep, John Andrews, he puts 13 total down there. 4 out, 3 hun stripe, dead 9. Matthews, 33 out and 13 more. Kit Pool, a Washington player with that Malibu. Surprisingly large number of 79 Malibus that were drag race. Dwayne Opperman, 728. Especially you go up to the Northwest and your last name's Lang, there's a bunch of Malibus sitting in your garage. Red light Kip. Wayne Opperman, 4-4 out, 732. 92 miles an hour, and drag race machine collects a point. Tom Marchesano, and Chuck Adams. Usually we see Chuck near the end of the line, but, well, things change. 6:17, and Tom will be sitting and thinking and piddling around for a while. It's Chuck, 11:93. Yep, sometimes you can just see those red lights. And Chuck, they could see his coming. Tom, well, he couldn't really see a 001 red coming, but that's going to win it. 6:21, 105 for Tommy. Chuck, 35 red, 11:88. Now Robert Crum and Ken Parks. I mean, even with True Start, you can kind of tell when somebody goes red. Crum leaves a bunch for Parks to play with, and Parks says, thank you very much. Cinched it up. A 6 light took a 310 thou stride. I mean, Crum goes dead 1, 79 light, and 310 thou is still sitting down there for Ken Parks. Wouldn't say thanks a lot. That's thanks for a little teeny tiny bit. Jeff Barth, the Vega from Redway, which is way up in the northwest coast. David Chun from Vancouver, Washington, which is just in the much more populated Portland area. Red light, Jeff Barth, D. Chun Jr. Goes 522, 133 miles per hour. Barth 692 at 101. Jim Glenn and David Meyer. For Glenn, 623. Meyer, 652. There's something you don't see every day. Meyer handed somebody 2. That's somebody said, thank you. Jim Glenn, 625, took 2 down there. Meyer went under, grabbed the stripe by 7 thou, but that was not going to be enough. Your last player is Jeff or Gus Stanko. How Gus got the buy run is, well, I wouldn't say money changed hands, but here's your last player, round number 1, no box. Box is at the ready line. 52 to go. See how close to the 14. Hey, dead 3. Pretty good. He takes the free ride in round number 2. We go right to Box, round number 1. Well, we bring him up, and then all of a sudden we say, oh, let's just turn him off. List? I think that's a loser list. So Jason Hoffman and Todd Ross, your first 2. Again, just so you know, the time-only lane 7, you will run at the end of the rotation. And it looks like we're going to do something more than just stare at things. I think the rubber or the scrubber, one of the two, is going to come on out now.
Well, we're going to have a little downtime here, so hungry or thirsty, the snack shack is open. The coffee trailer is open over there. Go grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. I got myself a latte with 4 shots of espresso because I was feeling a little groggy this morning after last night. We got some track cleanup, some outlaw drag tractor going to go down the track real quick, cleaning up that left lane. And then we're going to get into our first round of box.
All right, Chad Ross, Jason Hoffman. Let's try it again. Now that we got the stuff off the track, flattened out both lanes. 685 Hoffman, 505 Todd Ross. First two, box. Nova, Dragster. It's pretty obvious which one's which. We're moving. We're moving still. About 3,500. Door car, 686. That's good enough. Took 3 down there. Todd Ross took 5 down here. Added 13 more. And, well, that added up to way too much. As Dennis Paz and Brian Cam come on up. Paz, who got unceremoniously dumped in round number 1 of no box. Cam, the Drag Race Machine Gang. We're moving. Flashy thing goes on. Brian Cam, he goes 32 out, dead 7. Paz sinks it in round number 1 twice. 6, 7, 6, 6. Went 4th out too quick. Had 2 Hun down at the stripe. Sean McInnes. This is Dennis's nephew. Ron Nichols. Next 2. Got a big performance. 78 Camaro. Small block Chevrolet. Over here, Ron Nichols, his trusty Olds 442. Been running this car, I wouldn't say since it was new, but it was probably gently used before he started racing it. McInnes, little advantage, big win, 644, 101. Took 5 down there. Nichols, 694. Go right to Cody Cloud and Joe Froome. Cody went a few last night. 649. Froome coming in here. 489. Collected points for 4 tops and a bottom. Cody racing for the eliminators. Small advantage, Froome, win light Froome. Took 16 for 33 down there, went dead 3. Cody Cloud grabbed 3 Hun too much. Steve Jaslowski, the Mustangs, 839. Robert Butler for the Ballers. Bill Bertram Chevelle, 622. About 9,000 separating the 2 of them. Winner picker says Robert Butler. 623, 110. Jaslowski grabbed a whole bunch down there. Like grabbed 5, went 6 under. Randy Cloud, Ken McConnell, next 2. The Maverick for the eliminators. McConnell for 4 tops and a bottom. I think we saw a pair like this just recently. I believe it was another Cloud at that time. 578, 536. They're in. couple pretty good lights there. 11th house separator. McConnell puts 11 total on the racetrack. Cloud started with a 16 and added 18 more to it. So McConnell goes to round number 2. Cloud, well, he's just going to think about it for a few moments and then buy back in. Peter Van Rob Knowles, next 2. Box cars, or no box. Why don't you come on back to 4 and 5, no box, or whatever lanes you're supposed to be in. I'm thinking 4 and 5. Round number 2, if you're going to buy back, bring your money with you. We'll collect it in the lanes. Peter V goes 4 out, took 6 down there, 586. Rob Knowles took 39 off the starting line and just added and added and added to it. Bill Wood next, over there. One of the masterminds of a Reading Raceway, 486. Chase Trim, 564. Oh, wow. 1 foul between them and 13 total is what's on the racetrack. Bill Wood puts 13 total on the track for a 33 10th stripe. Chase had 16 total on the racetrack. Let's not waste any time, people. Wood goes to round number 2 for free, and, well, Chase will pay for it. Janice Meyer and Jen Levitt. .503 Janice, Jen 657. Ooh, hello. Janice Meyer says, take that, everybody. Took 1 at the start, added 9 fouls total for a dime. Levitt started with 24 and was 14 already to the buyback window. I think Janice Meyer went like 4 or 5 rounds yesterday without getting out of the double O's. Just starting the day the same way. 001, that is the best reaction time of the round so far. We have yet to see the trip zip. Tucker, 535 for the Bantam. The Nova, 608. .610 Rod Hartzell coming back. Took 16 for a 6,000 stripe. Tucker, 200 down there. 29 line, added up to way too much. We see Marty Ceniceros. The dragster from Reading. Out of Mandan Racing, Sean Ealing over here. Running for Team Baco, which is kind of odd, but, you know, that's where Sean's buds are from, because he's one of those stalwart Sonoma racers where, well, we don't get to race much in Sonoma this year. Sean Ealing, Bob Langson, the race car over here. Marty Cisneros, the Mandan Racing team over there. Red light, Sean Ealing. Fouls 3 foul. 652 Cisneros. 48 green, 5031 into round number 2. We get Albert Molinari, Lucky Ducky. 02 Trans Am. 737 Wattier, Eric. The Vega, 594. Past track champ here, past king of the track as well. Oops. Well, some days the box isn't working. Albert Molinari gets the free ride, 736. 92 miles an hour. Eric Wattier gets nothing. Car rolled out of the beams. Adam Hicks. Bobby Hartshorn next to. For Adam, the TNT chassis car. Standard issue 622 Chevy. Bobby Hartshorn did not understand that part where it said cubic inches and just put Chevrolet. The Worthy car out of Fifth Avenue Body Shop. Team 12 pack. Red light Adam Hicks. 24th thou red. Bobby 31 green 470. Tanner Hyatt, Joe Brown. Tanner, Sunset Racecraft, 615 Chevys. Joe Brown, basic Chrysler power plant, about 418 cubes. The Duster out of Rich Nedball's EFI Expert Shop. They're going. Somebody's going a lot better than somebody else. Joe Brown, dead one with a 9 at the top. Put 10 total. Tanner Hyatt went 61 out of the gate and was 5 undone. Andrew Olson went to the final of box last night and had a box failure. John Carvalho over here, 628. Andrew Olson, 572. We leave with one foul between them. 628 for John Carvalho. Olson went 5-7-1-6. He went 4 un. 4th thou over for Carvalho. Do all the math. 87-10 thou margin of victory. Joe Levitt, Jake Wood next to. For Joe from the Ballers team, Jake from the Drag Race Machine team. He also just basically pays Reading Drag Strip as his sponsor because he spends all his free time up there. I've been to Reading Drag Strip exactly one time in my life, and the timing system they had at that point was literally a Commodore VIC-20 attached to some timers. 6:07, Joe Levitt coming back for free. 1:05 his speed. Wood got the stripe by a hun, missed it by a thou. John Kalecki, Herc Usry next to. For John, the hand and trailer car from Maple Valley, Washington. Usry, the plumber from Modesto. We keep sending them box cars right out of the lanes. No box. Should be in the lanes. I think Jesse's probably down there taking money from you if you were one of those almost winners. Red light, Herc. John Kalecki waited and waited and waited for 0.2 of a second. Goes 493 and still gets the W. Kirk 675, 9 thou red, 5 under. Just a whole lot of no on that run. Rob Dayton 690, Jim Kohler 561. The old T-Bird, the relatively old Camaro. It's scary to think the 1986 Camaros, 35 years old. I mean, it actually qualifies as a nostalgia car now. You're going to run it in hot rod. Hey, guess what we just got to see? Rob Dayton goes trip to zip. First of the day. I know he'll get a sticker. I don't know if there's anything extra special today for your first trip zip of the day. Tim Kohler, 569, 122. But Dayton definitely becomes the potential buy run for round number 2 in box. Matt Hartzell, 722. Ron Kelly, 598. We'll add one to the stack of 007 lights. There's one for Ron Kelly. He makes it good, 599. 7 to start, took 300 the stripe, 599 too. Matt Hartzell took 39 out of the gate and added 12 more and added up to way too much. Shane Ericart, you got your Valley Toyota service and he sticks a Chevy inside of it. Great advertising gimmick there. 75 Chevy, or the Toyota Celica, 406 Chevy. Giovanni Colecchi, the Phantom chassis car. There we go. See if Giovanni has enough. Nope, 671 Shane. Giovanni, 499. Left 500 down there for Shane to play with. Now Jody George and John Prope. George not collecting points for Team Baco on this run. 631. Prope, 470 for the Auburn runner. Sarmetto car, 565 Chevrolet. Prope had to work a little bit, and fortunately Jody helped him out along the way. Prope took 22, 473. George went 5 out, grabbed 4th out too much. Took the stripe by 500. Ken Parks, 670. Udo Richter, 606. The shot callers, that's Udo. Ken not collecting points for anybody. The Z, 355 Chevrolet. Well, 3 thou between them. 668 as they push each other out. Ken pushed a little harder and got the W. 6683. Udo, 6027, took 33 down there. Robert Crump, 655. Richard Tucker, 652. One of those rare times where no crosstalk. $656 there, Robert Crum. Tucker grabbed an extra hun. Still didn't get there first. Crum into round number 2. Tucker gonna think about it and debate by and back. As we get Jim Glenn and Bo Hicks. Hicks driving Marty Jacobs Super Gasser here. 663, 624, Jim Glenn. Just keep throwing cars out of the lanes. So the Washington player over there, the Bay Area runner over here. .628, 104 for Glenn as Bo suddenly realized he probably didn't have something turned on and had to get out of it. 673 at 74 miles an hour. Dean Wallahan. Robert Bagley. Next two. For Bagley, 754. He goes dead six, but they weren't exactly killer lights. He's still got a 9,000 stripe down there. Wallahan, 691. He goes dead six, but all that difference was that 9,000 between them at the get-go. Cooper Chun, the man from last night. Well, actually, we'll just say the boy from last night. He's only 16. The child. Kevin Shearer. Two of the out-of-town Jaspers get to race here in round number one. Yeah, drive 800 miles and know that one of you is going to have to buy back. Red light, Cooper Chun. Foul to foul. Huffin' and puffin', Kevin Shearer, 525, 130. But last night's winner, who was one of the few people that did not lose a round. I mean, he didn't have to buy back, didn't have to do nothing. Suck it by a thou. As we get to see Henry and Frank next two. Henry Roberson, 722. Frank Stanley, 648. A couple of guys that just, we better just buy in real quick here. They did. So our last few cars are here. Henry, 20 light, dead two. That's enough. Gave him 500 down there, 650 on a 48 with a 58 light for Frank Stanley. We'll just keep on going here with Bill Botello, Jacob Mayer. For Jacob over there, 582. Bill over here, 484. So like, no, I still see at least couple of more cars. Bill, that was late. 589, Jacob. Bill goes 4835. Was still short over a tenth down there. And I think this actually is the last two. Got a Junior Stanley over here. See if we can get the tech card to go with him. Katie Ray's over there. The R&R team car. Katie going to work for it a little bit. Needs to find 400. She did. 479. 142. Actually, she didn't have to find it because Stanley grabbed a dime down there. 10:41, 67 miles an hour. Let's go to some time-only cars. And just a reminder, Rob Dayton, you are the potential buy run for round number 2 of box, and you guys can start heading back to the lanes. So no box, you should be in the lanes. Box, you can be heading back to the lanes now.
while we got some time runs going down the track, I want to give a shout out to all the sponsors and make this race possible. We got Meziere Enterprises, Korbel Champagne. They're giving out a bottle of champagne to the winners. So unfortunately, Cooper couldn't handle his last night because he's only 16. Quality Scaffolding, Mazdas Plus, Hurricane Race Engines, and Vegas Custom Graphics. Support the companies that support your racing habit. Hey, the kiddos that are riding their bikes around the pits, can you do us a favor and keep the bike close to your pit area and not on the pit roads, please? Just don't want to have any little kiddos get hit by a race car or hit one of the race cars that are pitted out there. So if you're riding your bikes around the pit, if you could do us all a favor and stay a little bit closer to your pit area, that would be awesome. We don't want any kiddos getting hurt this weekend. That would really dampen the mood. All righty. Got one more test and tune car, and then we're moving into second round of no box. Checking in on the live feed. Mr. Bill Purcell. Yep, we do have a Zamboni. Makes things a lot easier. Barn, thank you for tuning in. Don Morris, good to see you're watching on the live feed. As we're moving in to our second round of no box. Left-hand side, Vince Cardinal, San Francisco, California, the jeweler. Tiggs Jewelers on the side of that 2000 Lexus SC300. Dialed in at a 10-15, right side Cliff Hall, Carmichael, California. Hall Bros 1964 Falcon, racing for the Ballers. 650 is the dial in on the right-hand side. Vince turns it a hunt or a 10th red. Cliff 29 on the tree. Goes at 650 with the 6, dead on 6 to take the win. Cliff moving on around number 3. Next pair up, Stephanie Paz on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Cloverdale, California, dialed in at a 617 in her Paz performance-sponsored Chevy Nova. Right-hand side, Linda Valdez, dialed in at a 666 out of Bakersfield in the 67 Camaro. Stephanie racing for Snitches Get Stitches this weekend. Linda turns it 93 thou red, give the win to Stephanie Paz. 41 on the tree, breaks it out 2 thou. Stephanie moving on. Your next pair, left-hand side of the racetrack, Danny Valdez, Bakersfield, California, the 1969 Camaro, dialed in at a 620. Right-hand side, Maddie Hanser, Mad Money Racing. Cool, California, racing for the Eliminators in her 1982 Camaro, dialed in at a 605. Dad bringing her into the beams. Danny getting to 15 thou of a second head start, or 15 hun head start. Danny clicks at 4 thou red, giving the win to Maddie Hanser, 45 on the tree. Runs it through there 2 thou under. Danny runs at 18 on his 20. Turned to 4 thou red, no good. Maddie moving on. Next pair, Jeff LaSalle, left-hand side, Cloverdale, California. Jeff's Performance Garage, sponsored 1967 Dodge RT, racing for Snitches Get Stitches, dialed in at a 643. Right-hand side, Wesley Isinger, Ripon, California, the 30-year-old. Isinger Racing, sponsored 1969 Valiant, racing for Team Baco, dialed in at a 9 or a 595. We're pre-staged. Nobody moving. They both flicker the bottom bulb on. Here we go. Tree comes down. One of them is in a severe amount of trouble. One of them's real good. Give the win to Wesley Ising, a 001, 5 above, taking 5 thou finish line. Jeff, 32 on the tree, 3 above, no good. Wesley moving on. Next pair, Christopher Martin out of Brentwood. 2007 Corvette with a 427 Chevy under the hood. Dialed in at a 646. Don Momi, Stockton, California driver. 38 Chevy sedan. Dialed in at a 584. Does pretty cool wheelies. One of them's real good, and one of them's not. Oh, give the win to Don Momi. Hide the sharp objects from Christopher Martin. Don, 125 on the tree, breaks it out 4. Christopher, 001 on the tree, Goes a 51 with a 4 on his 46, or 41 with the 4 on his 46 dial and taking a 10th finish line. Oof. Next pair, Dennis Paz, Stockton, California, the 65 El Camino Snitches Get Stitches is his team affiliate, dialed in at a 676. John Victorino Victo out of Novato, California, L&M competition, sponsored 98 S10, dialed in at a 751 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Victo's in, here comes Paz. At the finish line. Give it to Dennis Paz, 44 on the tree, runs an 81 with a 7 on his 76 dial and taking 14th thou finish line. John was a little bit tardy on the tree, 69 on the tree, 4 above with a 6, no good. Next pair, Dean Kirkman, Madera, California, the double nickel 55 Chevy, racing for Team Baco, dialed in at a 636. Steve Cochran, right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 669 in his 1968 Camaro. Steve out of Fair Oaks, California. That clean-looking Camaro, too. Nothing too crazy, a little two-tone action. Steve turns his 77th out red, giving the win to Dean Kirkman in the 55 Chevy. Dean, 009 on the tree, 41 with a 5 on his 36 dial-in. Taking the win, moving on to round number 3. Next pair up, left-hand side of the racetrack, Chad Logie, Brentwood, California, the California Missile, 1970 GTX. I think that says G-Stock Automatic on there. Dialed in at a 653, right-hand side, Wayne Poe out of Vancouver, Washington, the 02 Mullis-built dragster, dialed in at a 585. On the left-hand side of the drag strip, racing for the shit show. They are currently leading the team points this weekend. One of them is in a lot of trouble here. Give the win to Chad Logie, 17 on the tree, runs a 59 with the 9 on his 53 dial and taking 48 thou stripe. Wayne Poe, his reaction time started with a .1, runs a 1 above, and that's not going to get it done. Next pair up, Steve Jaslowski on the left-hand side out of San Jose, California in the 2012 Ford 50 Mustang, racing for Drag Race Machine. Gave me a hat. It's pretty dope. Dialed in at 827, right-hand side of the racetrack, David Meyer. Racing for the Ballers. 651 is the dial-in for the driver out of Shreeden, California, and the S10. Steve clicks at 17th hour red, giving the win to David Meyer. Meyer is 30 on the tree, runs at 1 above 4 to take the win. Your next pair in no box, Tony Citro in the left-hand lane out of Oakley, California, the 1975 Camaro. Dialed in at a 640, right-hand side, Norm Bergman out of Concord, 1966 Mustang. Dialed in at a 673. We got a very large margin on the starting line. And give the win to Norm Bergman, 26 on the tree, 1 above 7, taking 56 thou stripe. Tony Citro, 104 on the tree, breaks it out 5 thou. Mathematically ineligible. Next pair, Scott McKenna, left-hand side out of Dublin, California, the 1968 Camaro with a Chevy 383 under the hood. 704 is a dial-in for him. Don Mallory, 607 in the 23 Ford. 5 thou separate him up front. Give the win to Scott McKenna, 123 on the tree, runs it 3 above, taking 18 thou stripe. Don Mallory, 128 on the tree, runs a 12 with the 1 on his 07 dial and no good. Next pair, Ryan Haluska, the 1999 GMC Sierra on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 888. He goes 11th thou red. Robert Cochran, trip zip perfect on the right outside of the racetrack. Runs a 66 with the 4 on his 61 dial, and he is moving on to round number 3. he will be your potential buy for next round, assuming the buy here doesn't use his or uses his. Next pair, Justin Short, the 1997 GMC Sonoma. On the left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 765. Right-hand side, Bob Stanley out of Merced, California in the Trans Am, dialed in at a 711.
I need an announcement. Did you get your shirt? No, didn't have a shirt with it. I asked about it. No, it's
Bob Stanley turns a 40 red on the tree, giving the win to Justin Short. Justin's 15 on the tree, runs it down through there, 771 on his 65 dialing, and he will move on to round number 3. Hey, we got the TNA Race Club hats up in the tower. If you want a TNA Race Club hat, come up to the tower. $20 for a hat. Oh boy. Dave Schaefer turns a 17 red. Tony Roca, his reaction time started with a 0.5. He left a whole bulb after the green light came on, and he will get the win. Once again, we have TNA Race Club hats up in the tower. If you want one and you got $20, come and grab yourself one. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Jay Greener out of South San Francisco on the 74 Ventura racing for the shot callers, dialed in at a 676. Right-hand side, Dwayne Operman dialed 733 in his 67 Camaro. B&G Tire sponsored hot rod. Dead even off the line. Gave the win to Jay Greener. 15 on the tree, one above 4. Taking the win, right-hand side, Dwayne, 15 on the tree, breaks it out by a thou. Took 15 strike, needed to take 14 or less. Next pair, Roger Phillips on the left-hand side, and the Punisher 69 Nova dialed in at a 652. Right-hand side, Gus Stanko had your buy run last round. Dialed in at a 614 in his 69 Camaro. We're decent off the line. Heard a womp womp. Give it to Gus Stanko. 44 on the tree. Runs a 1 above 2. Taking 23 thou stripe. Roger Phillips 27 on the tree and couldn't run the number. Doug Rudd, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 7 flat in the 64 Fairlane racing for Team Killer. Right-hand side, John Tobias out of Emmett, Idaho, in his custom-built dragster. 4 tops and a bottom is his team affiliate, dialed in at a 601. One of them's in trouble. Give the win to John Tobias, 34 on the tree. Runs it dead on 5, taking 73 thou stripe. Doug Rudd, 79 on the tree and 3 above. No good. Next pair, John Andrews in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Dialed in at a 619 out of Anderson, California. 4 tops and a bottom team sponsor. Right-hand side, Herc Ursi. Dialed in at a 678 out of Modesto in his 65 Nova racing for the Wompers. Mr. Herc is a plumber, in case you couldn't tell by looking at the passenger side door of his Nova. John times out, giving the win to Herc. Herc runs it 1 under. Your next pair, Jeff Barth, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 693 in his 71 Chevy Vega out of Redway, California. Right-hand side, John Carvalho, dialed in at a 628 out of Modesto Mazdas Plus sponsored 1967 Camaro. Racing for the Wompers. He's going to try to do some womping here at the finish line. Jeff Barth, 60 red. Giving the win to John Carvalho, who is 10 on the tree and one above 9 to be 29 total. Decent lap there. John moving on. Left-hand side, Tom Marchesano, dialed in at a 617 in his 1969 Camaro. Advanced metal refinishing, sponsored hot rod. Right-hand side, Greg Matthews, dialed in at a 691 in his 62 Chevy 2. Out of Pleasant Hill, California. Tom Marchesano is trip, zip, perfect. Your next pair, John Gray, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 681 out of Vacaville. Sims Performance sponsors 72 Demon, right-hand side, Robert Bagley. Oh, Robert's in. He's ready to go. He's dialed in at a 653, the Quality Scaffolding 74 Vega. Eight thou, separate them up front. Give the win to John Gray, 34 on the tree, runs at 1 above or 2 above with a 6 to take 6 thou stripe. Robert Bagley, 42 on the tree and 2 above with the 4, no good. Your next pair, Mike Ealing, dialed in at a 650 in the El Camino out of Roanoke Park, California. Snitches get stitches team. Right-hand side, Frank Stanley out of Vacaville, racing for the Vacavillans. Dialed in at a 648 in his 69 Camaro. He is ready to go. Frank Stanley clicks at 17 red, giving the win to Mike Ealing, who was 17 green. Mike 17 dead 8. Good lap there. Mike's moving on. Your next pair, Kip Poole out of Poolsbo, Washington, dialed in at a 703 in his 79 Boo, racing for Team Killer. Right-hand side, Jacob Nahar, 95 Mustang out of Vacaville, dialed in at a 585, racing for the Vacavillans. I saw him at a gas station when I first moved here after the first points race. He's like, hey, man, you got that Corvette? I was like, yeah, dude, you got that Mustang? He's like, yeah, dude. 20,000, separate him up front. Oof, give the win to Kip Poole, 23 on the tree, 1 above 5. Jacob 003 breaks it out by 11 thou, took 46 at the finish line, needed to take 35 or less. Kip moving on. Next pair, Robert Crum, dialed in at a 655 out of Chico, race for Drag Race Machine. Junior Stanley, right-hand side in the Dodge Ram 3500 diesel. Dialed in at a 1040, racing for the Vacavillans, going in deep.
How many trip zips we had yesterday besides Udo?
We got a big gap on the starting line. Finish line, give it to Robert Crum, 24 on the tree. Runs an 81 on his 55 dial and taking 31 stripe. Good job driving there. Junior Stanley, 68 on the tree. Runs a 64 with a 7 on his 40 dial and no good. Your next pair, Ken Parks out of Placerville on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Fix Auto Repair Collision sponsored 72 Datsun 240Z with a Chevy 355 dialed into 668. Mr. Miyagi on the right-hand side, dialed in at 1190, and he's got a fairly large head start coming his way. Oh, man, 7th out, separate him up front. Give the win to Ken Parks, 13 on the tree, dead 5. To be 18 total, taking 68th out stripe. Chuck Adams, 20 on the tree, 6 above, no good. Next pair, Jody George out of Bakersfield, California in the 84 Regal. Dialed in at a 630, racing for Team Baco. Jim Glenn, right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 625 out of Ridgefield, Washington. Jim went some rounds yesterday, if I remember correctly. 10th out, separate him up front. We got a good one here. Finish line, give it to Jody George, 16 on the tree, 1 above 1. Taking 12th out stripe. Jim Glenn, 006 on the tree. Might have gave it back, who knows. Next pair up, Eric Reyes out of Tracy, California. Tim Kerrigan, R&R Racing. Sponsored 82 Camaro, dialed in at a 580. He's got a tough draw here. Henry Roberson dialed in at a 722 in the Mustang on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Both bumping in. Flicker the bottom bulb on. $16,000 out, separate him up front. Give the win to Henry Roberson, 19, 1 above 5, taking 7th out stripe. Eric Reyes, 35 on the tree, dead 6, no bueno. Right-hand side, David Sean out of Vancouver, Washington in the 99 Dragster. 523 is the dial in left-hand side. DeAndre Fitzgerald.
We hit that 110 mark again, so 110 first round.
Oh boy, howdy. Give the win to David Chun, 56 on the tree. 1 above 2, taking 58,000 stripe. DeAndre, 128 on the tree. Only breaks it out by 2,000, but wasn't getting there anyway. And here is your legal buy run. Larry Gilly out of Hillmar, California. E-Stock Automatic, 69 Dodge Dart. 671 dialing. He was trip zip perfect to get the buy run. Lay it off the tree a little bit there. 65 on the tree. Runs it 1 chicklet under. And that'll do it for no box. We're going to roll right into box. We're going to clean up the track a little bit, and then we're going to get right on going. Hey racers, guess what? We actually have more cars today than we did yesterday. We are past that 110 car threshold, so we are adding $1,000 to the final round pot again. So instead of $7,000 final round pot, it's going to be $8,000. So thank you all for coming out and supporting the first TNA Race Club event of the year. While we got some downtime, here's the TNA Race Club schedule, tentative schedule so far. We have June 10th through the 13th, Darlington, South Carolina. We got that big money race over there. June 10th through the 13th at Darlington Dragway. Twin 25s and a 48 grander at Darlington.
So,
and then
push the twin 10s here in June, because that's what we need everybody to show up for.
Special always, which
And then coming up June 26th and 27th, we have twin 10-granders at Sacramento right here. July 31st through August 1st. As Samoa Drag Strip, we got the fishing tournament and all kinds of good stuff going on in Samoa. And then August 28th and 29th here at Sacramento. October 16th and 17th here at Sac. And then November 20th and 21st here at Sac. But we got twin 10s going on here, June 26th and 27th at Sac. And then June 10th through the 13th, we got some stuff for you East Coast guys. Twin 25s and a 48-grander. And here we go with box. First pair of box, left-hand side, Sam Tucker out of Reading. The 52-year-old wheeling the 32 Bantam Roadster. Dialed into 536, right-hand side, Brian Cam in the 88 Firebird, Tom and Jack's auto-sponsored machine. Out of Pacifica, dialed into 661.
For yesterday, can I get, I don't know how to do it, bro. I just need round winner sheets for every round that I need.
Eight thou, separate him up front. Give the win to Brian Cam, 008, 2 above 3, taking 17 thou stripe. Sam Tucker, 16 on the tree, 3 above, no good. Next pair up, Albert Molinari, Wilton, California. Lucky Ducky sponsored 02 Trans Am, dialed in at a 736 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Right side, Chase Trimp, Wilton, California. The 27 Ford Roadster, dialed in at a 563. Chase going to pick up the win. Albert, 004 red. Chase was a little tardy there, 48, 2 above. Taking the win. Albert, 004 red, 2 above 9. Got a pair of dragsters here. Left-hand side, Bill Wood out of Redding, California. Dialed in at a 487. Racing for 12-pack this weekend. Todd Ross on the right-hand side out of Granite Bay, California. Dialed in at a 503. Racing for 4 tops and a bottom. Todd Ross clicks at 4th thou red, giving the win to Bill Wood. Bill, 005 dead 0 to be 5 total. Didn't even need it. Todd was 4 red, but Bill Wood 5 dead egg, 5 total. Good lap for him. Next pair, Jason Hoffman, left-hand side of the racetrack, Vacaville, California, in the 72 Nova, dialed in at a 685. Right-hand side, Joe Froome out of Red Bluff, the 2012 Yancer-built dragster. Dialed in at a 489, racing for 4 tops and a bottom. Here we go. Give the win to Joe Froome, 16 on the tree, dead 5, taking 37 thou stripe. Be 21 total. Jason, 23 on the tree. 88 with a 5 on his 85 dial and no good. Your next pair, left-hand side, Cody Cloud, L&M Transmission sponsored 64 Falcon, racing for Eliminators. Right-hand side, Jen Levitt, dialed into the 658 in the Chevy Love. Dead even off the line.
Rob Dayton is a potential buyer.
Rob Dayton, you are the potential buy in box, and we are running box. Rob Dayton, you are the potential buy in box, and we are running box, and you are not in the lanes. Next pair up, Janice Meyer, dialed in at a 503 out of Shreeden, California. The 2000 Uehara built dragster. Happy birthday to her yesterday. Robert Butler, right-hand side, dialed in at a 622 in the Chevelle. Janice must have had some trans brake issues there. Give the win to Robert Butler. It was a true start thing. Robert 004 red. That Janice is really, really, really red. So Robert, moving on. Your next pair, Pete Verdagel out of Knights Ferry, the 68 CUDA racing for the Eliminators. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Ken McConnell out of Red Bluff, dialed in at a 536. Pete dialed in at a 584. Pete turns a 12 thou red, giving the win to Ken McConnell, who was not terribly good on the tree, but he runs down through there 1 thou under, and he'll pick up the win. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Adam Hicks out of Nevada City, California. K&N and Mickey Thompson Tires sponsored 2014 TNT chassis dragster. Dialed in at a 453 right-hand side, Bobby Hartshorn out of Oroville. 5th Avenue Body Shop, the 02 Worthy built dragster. Dialed in at a 470. We're both in pre-stage. Here we go. Another one of those true start deals. Adam Hicks was 08 red. Bobby was 16 red. So give the win to Adam Hicks. Adam 008 red runs it through there to be 1 thou under. Give him the win. Your next pair, Marty Sinceros out of Redding, California. The Mandan Racing sponsored 02 Uehara. Racing for the Whompers, dialed in at a 503. Right-hand side, Eric Wattier. Out of Lockford, the retired mechanic, the 72 Vega, racing for the Eliminators, dialed in at 594. One of them is in a severe amount of trouble here. And give the win to Eric Wattier, 26 on the tree. Runs a 97 with the 1 on his 94 dial and taking 15th thou stripe. Marty was slightly tardy, runs a 1 under, no good. I'm going to shut him down real quick. Got some mopping to do over there in the left lane. Getting that left lane cleaned up for my boy Andrew in the water box. Dan, did you lose something there? Track must be good. All righty, here we go. Your next pair of box. Left-hand side, Andrew Olson. Out of Sacramento, California. In this 1970 Camaro, dialed in at a 572. Right-hand side, Rod Hartzell. The Modesto, California, Hartzell Racing. entry, racing the 1964 Chevy Nova, dialed in at a 609. Andrew going to be going to the spring fling over at Vegas. Andrew clicks at 9 thou red, giving the win to Rod Hartzell. 15 on the tree, breaks it out by 6 thou. Andrew 9 red, 1 above 3. But that part doesn't matter. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Joe Levitt out of Carmichael, California in the Nova, racing for the Ballers. Dialed in at a 604. Rob Knowles, right-hand side, dialed in at a 652 in the 1969 Camaro, racing for the Shot Callers. I'm convinced that that's just a play on the Ballers, the Shot Callers. We're both pre-staged. Here we go. Levitt's in. Knowles is in. Levitt clicks at 5 thou red, giving the win to Rob Knowles. 51 on the tree, runs at 1 above 9. Taking the win, Joe 005 red, runs an 07 with a 6 on his 04 dial-in. No good. Your next pair of box cars, the Ron Nichols left-hand side, Livermore, California, the 64 Olds 442. Dialed in at a 692. Right-hand side, Sean Ealing. Dialed in at a 652. Out of Rohnert Park, the Haas Woodworking sponsored 91 Corvette convertible. Ealing racing for Team Baco this weekend. Ealing flickers that bottom bulb on and off and on. Here we go at the stripe. Give the win to Sean Ealing, 54 on the tree, 1 above 7, taking 28 thou stripe. Ron Nichols was a little bit tardy, 71 on the tree, 2 above 8, no good. Your next pair left-hand side, Sean McInnes out of Valley Springs, California. The 36-year-old, big performance sponsor, 1978 Camaro. Dialed in at a 641, right-hand side, Jake Wood. Redding, California. Drag Race Machine is his team affiliate for the weekend, dialed in at a 512. $31 thou separated him up front. Give the win to Sean McInnes, 006. Dead 1 to be 7 total. Taking 32 thou stripe. Jake Wood, 37 on the tree, and mathematically ineligible by 300. Your next pair, John Kalecki out of Maple Valley, Washington, the hand and trailer repair sponsor, 2008 Worthy Dragster, dialed in at a 492 right-hand side. Randy Cloud, L&M Transmission sponsor, 1969 Maverick, racing for the Eliminators, dialed in at a 579. John Kalecki clicks at 1 thou red, giving the win to Randy Cloud, 22 on the tree, runs at 11 thou under. Randy moving on to round number 3. Your next pair, Tanner Hyatt, left-hand side out of Sparks, Nevada, in the 2017 TNT built dragster. Racing for 12-pack this weekend, dialed in at a 451. Right-hand side, Udo Richter out of Oakley in the very unique Victory built dragster. Racing for the Shot Callers, dialed in at a 604. 26 thou separate them up front, and one of them's real good. Give the win to Tanner Hyatt. 001, dead 2 to be 3 total. 3 total there. Udo was 27 on the tree and no good. Broke it out 5 thou. Tanner taking 19 thou stripe, and he'll move on to round number 3. Your next pair is Shane Eckerhart out of West Sacramento. The Valley Toy Service sponsored 75 Celica, dialed in at a 670 right-hand side. Ron Kelly Jr., the Kelly Racing 67 Chevy 2 SS, dialed in at a 599. 12 thou separate him up front. Give the win to Ron Kelly Jr., 42 on the tree, dead 6. Shane, 30 on the tree, breaking out, 7th out, took 25 stripe, needed to take 18 or less.
Yeah, he was first. You're right. I missed that.
Your next pair, Matt Hartzell out of Modesto, the Hartzell Racing 65 El Camino, dialed in at a 722. Right-hand side, Giovanni Colecci, Maple Valley, Washington, the Hand and Trailer Repair sponsored 2012 Phantom. You don't see too many of the Phantom dragsters, especially on the West Coast. Dialed in at a 498. Hey, Rob Cochran, you have the potential buy in no box for round number 3. Rob Cochran has a potential buy in no box round number 3. Oh boy, here we go, top end, give them to Giovanni, 23 on the tree, runs a 502 with the 1 on his 498 dial, taking 23 thou stripe. Matt was a little tardy, runs a 2 above, no good. And your next pair of box cars, Steve Jaslowski in the stick shift foot brake Mustang, dialed in at 829. He went some rounds yesterday. Richard Tucker, right-hand side, dialed in at a 651. One of them's pretty late. Give the win to Steve Jaslowski. 107 on the tree. Runs at 5 above, taking the win. Richard was 62 on the tree. Broke it out by 4 thou. Took a 10th finish line and needed to kill 4 more thou. Your next pair, Herc Ursi out of Modesto, the 65 Nova, dialed in at a 676. Joe Brown, right-hand side, dialed in at a 643, and the EFI expert, Richard Nibal, sponsored 70 Duster. We're pretty close up front. Give the win to Herc Ursi, 43 on the tree. Runs an 81 with a 7 on a 60 or a 76 dial, taking 30 thou stripe. Joe, 27 on the tree and a 10th over. Must have had some problems. He wasn't getting there. As we're still pulling more box cars through the lanes. Your next pair, Katie Reyes. Tracy, California driver, the R&R Racing Incorporated 2016 Racecraft chassis dragster, dialed in at a 477. Right-hand side, Tim Kohler out of Lodi, the 86 Camaro, dialed in at a 562. Jimmy Nesser, Chevrolet Toyota. Or Jamie Vassar, there we go. Chevrolet and Toyota dealership on the side of the dragster on the left-hand side. Tim was having some delay box issues. Gives the win to Katie. 18, dead 8 for the win. Left-hand side, Dean Wallahan out of Pleasant Hill in the 62 Chevy 2, dialed in at a 691. Right-hand side, John Prop out of Auburn. 2010 Sarmento chassis dragster dialed in at a Fort 73. I like that dragster. I like John's dragster. It's nothing too crazy. Simple design. I like the wheels up front. It's a clean little dragster. Dean turns it 3, thou red, giving the win to John Prop. John is 12 on the tree and runs it way over, but he'll pick up the win. Your next pair, Dennis Paz out of Stockton. The Paz Auto Repair sponsored 65 El Camino in the left-hand side. Dialed in at a 677. Right side, Kevin Shearer, Belfair, Washington, the 27 Ford Roadster, dialed in at a 524. Two-tenths separate them up front. Give the win to Dennis Paz, 20 on the tree. Runs a 82 with a 4 on his 77. He took a 10th finish line, but I'm pretty sure he killed enough there. Kevin was late and 1 above 3, no good. It's damn near lunchtime for the announcers. Ken Parks, left-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at a 668 in the 72 240Z. Right-hand side, John Carvalho dialed in at 629. One of them's got a slight advantage. Give the win to Ken Parks. 19 on the tree, runs a 2 above 4, taking 53 thou stripe. John, 93 on the tree, dead 3, but that dead 3 isn't going to matter when you're 93 up front. Next pair, Jody George out of Bakersfield. Dialed in at a 629. Right side, 654 is the dial for the Camaro. Right side turns at 24 thou red, giving the win to Jody George, who was a little tardy, runs a 3 above 1, taking the win. Your next pair, Cooper Chun, Vancouver, Washington entry. Super Tune Northwest Refinishing sponsored 98 Mullis chassis dragster. Last night's winner, he turned a 1 thou red first round, probably added a few numbers in the delay box, and he's going to send it against Jacob Nehar, the Vacaville, California entry in the 95 Mustang, dialed in at a 583, racing for the Vaca Villains. Chun dialed in at a 522. Racing for the shit show, who's, as far as I'm aware, currently leading the points after second round. After first round. One of them's got some work to do down at the top end, and give the win to Jacob Nahar. 004, dead 3 to be 7 total, taking 1 thou stripe. Cooper, 22 on the tree, broke it out 4. He wasn't even getting there. Tough break for last night's winner. Jacob moving on. Your next pair, Robert Crum out of Chico. In the Nova, dialed to 655, J.R. Stanley. 1050 is the dial-in. Going in deep. Robert's going to be waiting for a minute. There we go. Hey, 6 thou separate him up front. Give the win to Junior Stanley. 79, 57 with a 3 on his 50 dial and takes a thou finish line. Robert Crum, 73 on the tree, runs a 63 with a 0 on his 55 dial in. Might have gave it back there. Junior Stanley moving on. Your next pair, Bo Hicks out of San Carlos, California, the 08 Worthy Corvette-inspired super gas style roadster. Dialed in at a 663 right side. Henry G out of North Highlands, California, in the 84 Mustang, racing for the Ballers. He figured, hey, man, I got somebody paying my way into the race this weekend because we got a bunch of nice dudes around here. Dialed into 722 in the Mustang. Bo Hicks did not draw an easy opponent here. I think Henry's got more stickers on the side of that Mustang than he does paint. One of them's got some work to do. Hicks comes off of the throttle stop at the finish line. Give it to Henry Roberson. 12 dead, 0 to be 12 total. Bo, 45 on the tree, took 19 finish line, and he was mathematically ineligible. Your next pair, Rob Dayton out of Livermore, dialed into 690 in the 56 Thunderbird. Right side, Jim Glenn dialed into the 625 and 69 Firebird. Fourth out, separate him up front. Give the win to Rob Dayton, 42 on the tree, dead 1, taking 20,000 stripe. And he will retain the buy run for next round. Jim Glenn, 46, 1 above 7 to be no good. And that'll do it for No Box. We got some test and tuners here. Hey, testers. We're doing test and tune right now. Come on up to lane 7, testers. Lane 7, testers, lane 7, testers, lane 7.
right, Rob Dayton, you did not use your buy run. So Rob Dayton, in the box side, you are still on the buy. So when you come up, just come up to the front of lane 3. Rob Cochran, you are the potential buy in no box with your 000 reaction time. Tom Margisano also had a 000, but Rob did it first. So Rob Cochran, you're the potential buy for no box. When you come up, just bring it up to the front of lane 4.
Hey everybody, here's a little team points update. Snitches Get Stitches took over the points lead. Snitches Get Stitches are your current points leaders after round 2. Hey, before we start whittling the car count down, before we start round 3, we just want to say again, thank you everybody for coming out. We appreciate all the support. First TNA Race Club event of the year is going so well. We just want to thank everybody for coming and supporting, being a part of it. Slowly growing the TNA program. Don't forget we got 2 10-granders coming up in June right here at Sac Raceway. We got the twin 25s and a 48-grander out in Darlington in June also. We got that race at Samoa in July. That'll be a fun one. And then we got a couple more races at Sac as well.
It looks like we got a time run, and then we got a racing thing happen after that. We still have somebody's reading glasses and somebody's skanky old earplugs up here. I mean, the reading glasses, if you want to see, 3 weeks from now, they're sitting up here. We need Jeff LaSalle. We need it back or forth, one of the two, because we cannot read the dial and on the board. Looks like they're still mopping and popping here. So, Jeff LaSalle, John Carvalho, as we start round number 3, the round where we actually start officially getting rid of racers. We tried again. Dan brooms it out. Yeah, Dan did a bunch of brooming at my house this week as he had to lay a bunch of concrete for me. 647. Jeff LaSalle. 629. John Carvalho. Either a point to the leaders or a point to the Whompers as they get set to roll in. Box, you should be in the lanes as well. No boxes here. Box, you should be coming on to the lanes. We're moving. 14th out of the separator. Stripe says Jeff LaSalle. Dead on. 6.470. Take that, John Carvalho. You went 6:31.4, and you were done real early. David Chun Jr. looking to get a point for that team. Tony Rocha over here. Tony's actually earning points for somebody. Have to grab the sheet to figure it out, but it might be one of those. Well, not of Vacaville. Well, probably not going to be earning a point either, looking at those RTs. Yep, 549 there for David Chun. He went 38 out of the gate, and Roach's reaction day was 491. Christopher Martin didn't play yesterday. Brought the vet out today. 637. Herc trying to get a point for the Whompers. They're at 676. Right now, I'm probably going to say no point Herc. Nope, no point Herc. 644. Martin goes 12 for a 5 stripe there. 113 light for Herc Usri. DeAndre, also not here. He probably had homework or something. What am I thinking? 1205. Wes Ising, a 595. Looking to point in for Bakersfield. Now, DeAndre, he was your D-Gas champion for the Hot Rod Heritage Series last year. He's real deep. The lone Hyundai Santa Fe in racing. He's out. They're moving. Here comes the sticky thing. 599 West, he's going to move on. DeAndre went 72 out of the gate and added 3 more down the road. Ising 33 out of the gate and didn't add a whole bunch. Jay Greiner, Manny Hanser next to. The 2 children next to me are all voting for the little girl. Just tell her dad on you guys. Maddie, 603. Jay Greiner, 676. We're moving. Ow, that stings. Late by 6 there for Maddie. Jay Greiner, 21 out, dead 6. Took 6 down there. I mean, Maddie started with 85. Roger Phillips, Jim Glenn. It has not been a good day for finalists from yesterday. Cooper is completely out. Roger looking to get a point for the snitches get stitches right here. Jim Glenn going to try to keep that point from going anywhere. 627 for Glenn, 654 Phillips. We're moving. Ooh, this is one of those good races. I mean, they're all good, but this is a foul between them. Tight stripe there, Jim Glenn, 6.268. 2 quick there. 6.3, 5.34, 6 quick for Phillips. Jim Glenn moving on. Roger Phillips, I believe, is done. Well, yeah, you have to be because it's round 3. Done's done. Ryan Haluska, Don Momey next to. Momey, real quick. Haluska's a slow car. Momey gets it 5.849. 885 there for Ryan. Wen Quick still got their second by a hun. That was Stephanie Paz, David Meyer. Got your snitch, got your ball. Let's see who gets the point. I have a pretty good idea who's getting the point. Not going to be the snitch. Nope. 653 David. 103. His 12 was much better than her 61. She went quick by 7 thou and still left 2 hun down there. Dwayne Opperman, Cliff Hall next 2. For Dwayne, 733. Hall, 652. The drag race machine or the ballers. Oh, red light start, Dwayne Opperman. No points for drag race machine. Ballers score a point there. 648, 106. Cliffy on to the next round. Dwayne will head back to B&G Tires in Napa. We get to see John Andrews and John Tobias. Red light start, John Andrews. John Tobias takes a pokey 63 light into the next round with a 598. 112 miles an hour. Andrews 622, 108 and done. Dave Schaefer and Norm Bergman. Oh, both guys are right on time this time. 9 and a 13. Winner says Dave Schaefer. He starts with a 9 and only adds 3 thou. Puts 12 pack out there. Bergman had a 13 to start, and well, he was already had the door closed in front of him by a thou. Mike Ealing, Gus Stanko next. For Michael, 650. Gus, 617. One hun, that's all it is. That's the light bulb there for Mike Ealing, and his 1 hun was the slower of them. 654, 94 miles an hour. Stanko grabbed a hun, unfortunately, took the stripe by 6. Justin Short, Linda Valdez next. Justin Short, 21. Oh, Linda Valdez, you're better than he is. I'll just tell you that. 667. Linda, she was 2 out of the gate. Took a 3 stripe. 667. Well, looks like we got something to wipe up down here. Sounds like the Hoyt Clagwell is going to come out and try to turn that shiny thing to a different color. Not like the good old days of track in a can, where our starting lane would start ripping up and you see white spots in the asphalt. So, hey, shh, with a blank can of spray paint, and yeah, problem went away. Track's good again. Well, that didn't take too long. Tom Marchesano, Henry G, coming up next. Tommy over there, the advanced metal finishing Camaro, 618. Going to give a couple of bulbs away to Henry, 722. Pre-staged. All the way staged. Now it's time. Red light Henry. Red light Tommy. Wind light Henry. 724, 95 miles an hour. Henry goes 15 red. Tommy goes 7 red. Like 70 red, that is. Henry gets it as Dean Kirkman and Chad Logie come up. 636, 654. A certain time of the day, it's not a great time to have like a radial slick here in the right lane. Let's see if it's that time of the day. Picked up pretty good there. It's Kirkman, it's Chad. It's about 16 thou better over there for Dean Kirkman. He goes 637. He picks another 12, 27 stripe there. 656. Chad Logie started with a 30 and undid the game right then. Kip Poole, Vince Cardinale. Next up. Red light Vince. Kip. Free trip starts with a 31, ends with a 702. 94 miles an hour. Cardinale went 29 red. Undid it down there as well. Made his whole side of the screen kind of red. Doug Rudd, Robert Crum next two. Like we're thinning it down here. I don't know how many cars in this third attempt at the first round of no box. They're cruising. About 46 thou between them. Wind light says Doug Rudd. 704, 95 miles an hour. He took enough stripe there. Made it easy. 659 Crum, 102. Dennis Spa, Steve Jaslowski. Snitches gets to ditches over there. Drag race machine over here. we're moving. Let's see what 18 buys you, Dennis. A W, 678, 98 miles an hour. Took by 4 Hun down there. Jaslovsky went quick, 826, took 2 down there. And, well, he was just kind of out of the game. Ken Parks, Larry Gilly next up. For Ken over there, the Z, 667, Gilly. I don't think he actually uses this good stock motor in the car, but he's lucky he raised the E off the window. 672. Parks, 21 out, dead 7. 3 Hun down there. Gilly, 57 out, dead 8, and nothing for the bottom of his screen. Tony Citro and John Gray. For Tony, 639, John, 682. Red light, Tony Citro. John Gray, 8 out of the gate. Ties to a 684, 96 miles an hour. Citro dunked her by 32, 641. Jody George and Scott McKenna next two. As I see Robert Cochran sitting here in the water, he's the buy, which means, oh, we'll figure out who the potential buy is next round. It's not too tough. It's not going to be either of these two, I'll tell you that. Jody George, dead 8, 38 out of the gate. Took a Hun down there. McKenna, 57 light, went dead 8. And, well, again, nothing on the bottom of his side of the screen to help. Robert Cochran, your last player. 59 to start against an 861 dial. What's he stripe it with? 857, 78 miles an hour. Here comes Box. Katie Ray's chase trim. First two. Round 3. Here's Box. Katie and Eric over there chasing, well, Dad's somewhere. Mom's somewhere. I know they're on the grounds. Well, about 9 thou over here, wind light over there. Katie, 479, 145. 2 thou stripe. Chase, 568 at 119. I don't know if he gave it back to her, but either way, the W goes to Katie Ray's. As Bill Wood and Eric Wattier come up. Bill running for the 12 Packers. Wattier for Eliminators. And, you know, we are going to start getting to that point. We're just going to say winners right back to the lanes because no more buyback. So no box, guys. You can just Dart, plan on heading this way. Little mini advantage there. Eric Wattier, win light though, Bill Wood. He throws an egg out there. 34 light, added nothing to it. Wattier, 23 light, added 37 more. Janice Meyer and Brian Cam next two. Red light, win light, Brian Cam. He goes 656, took a 1 thou red. Janice took 45 thou red, 520. So I think the box is starting to go away over there. Cody Cloud, John Prop. 646 for Cody, for John in here at 473. Just kind of getting cloudy over there in that lane. That's Dad right behind. We're off. We're running. We're 7th thou. We're a win light, John Probe. So 474. That's a 1 thou stripe. 18/10 thou if you want to be really specific. Cody 6469 went dead 9. Just left a teenth down there for John to get inside of. Now Randy Cloud and Sean Ealing. We only leave 5 thou on the plate here. 580. That 5 thou meant everything down there. 56/10 thou margin to victory. That was all reaction time, Randy Cloud. Peter Van Eagle, 584. Rod Hartzell, 609. Three hunt might be a whole bunch right here. Yep. Hartzell, 15 out, 610. That's enough. Verdeegle went 45 out, broke out by 1 thou. Still left a hun. Sean McInnes, J.R. Stanley. Yeah, he has to go real deep because those wheels will give you like 70 inches of roll out there. McInnes, lot of work. Here's the stripe. Ooh, how about that? 17 with an egg. 17 total. J.R. Stanley went 2 out of the gate. 10:56, 4 hun down there. As Herc and Kevin come to the starting line. Herc Osri there, 678. Kevin Shearer, 524. See if the plumber can flush the Washingtonian. Nope. Red light Herc. Sure, 8 out, 526. 130 miles per. Herc 0680 at 102. Left 2. Jason Hoffman and Jacob Nayar next. For Jason, 688. Jacob looking for a point for the Vacavilians here, 583. This time we just got a hunt out there. 688, Jason. Dead 6. Put 17 total out there. Jacob started at 21 and had 3 hun more. Big stripe there. Jason Hoffman. Adam Hicks. Giovanni Kolecki next. 453, 499. Blinky blink on. Now he only got 8 thou. A pretty good start. 455 there for Adam Hicks. Took a hun down there. 502 Giovanni took 15 at the start. Stretched it out, leaving that almost 2 hun down there. Now we get John Kolecki and John Carvalho. I'm assuming these trailers are not going to go all the way back up to Washington. I'm kind of picturing them just continuing on down the road to Vegas. Don't think there's a whole lot of racing in Oregon and Washington in the months of March and April. Ooh, John. That might have hurt. Yep. Carvalho goes 70 out of the gate. Took an extra thou down there. Was still behind by a hun at the stripe. John Kolecki, 23 out, 496. Joe Levitt and Ron Kelly. 599, 604. So it'll actually look kind of close there on the starting line. Ooh, red. Joe Levitt gets it by 5 thou. 603. Kelly goes 601, but 8 thou red. That 5 thou meant everything. Now it's Shane Earhart. The Shelica here. Chevelica. 406 Chevy, 75 Celica body. Ken McConnell. The victory car. Aiming for 4 tops and a bottom. Play with 7 thou here. Oh, that stings. 671 Shane. 102 Ken McConnell. 5348. 2 thou too much. Only needed to take that stripe by about 31 down there instead of the 33 he decided upon. Now Tanner Hyatt and Rob Knowles. 12 pack over there. Shot callers over here. Rob Knowles way down there. Here comes Tanner Hyatt. Nope, Rob Knowles 1 out. 5, 6, 7 total. That's going to be pretty good. Looking for one of those buy run things as he goes dead one on the start. 656, high at 452, 39 to start. 200 down there. Rob Knowles, Bobby Hartshorn, and Robert Butler come up. You want the potential buy now? All you have to do is go trip zip. Unless Rob Dayton gets stuck racing somebody again, because Dayton is still holding on. Chad Logie, just so I know you're the best losing package. You can hunt down Jesse. I think you have something coming to you. Chad Logie, you were the best losing package last round in. No box. You have some stuff coming to you. Robert Butler, 626, 107. He comes back. Bobby Hartshorn, 477, 148, 96 light. A whole lot of stuff wrong with that run. And he'll be done. Now Jim Glenn and Henry Roberson. Well, it's a tidy 1,000. Winner is going to be Jim Glenn, 629, 102. Henry, 725 at 94. 200 down there. Steve Jaslowski and Robert Crum next up. 827 for Steve. For Robert, 657. $662, Robert. Gonna win it. Steve Jaslowski, 830. We're getting close. Ken Parks, Dennis Paz. And we still got a few more boxers back there. $400. It's a lot to give Dennis. Oh, and he gave a bunch of it back. 669, Ken Parks, you're coming back. Rob Dayton. So it looks like Rob Dayton actually does get the buy. Oh, there's another pair back there, but apparently I hope they've figured it out that Dayton gets the buy. Dayton starts at 14, finishes at 691, 98 miles an hour. I think we still have a couple more cars and box back there, so do not pull out the time onlys yet. Well, whatever it was, a little bit more than just a mop-up here. So we'll squish the dust back into the track and still have a couple of more cars. All right, now we can make it happen. Joe Froome, 489. The dragster over here, Jody George, 631. Try to score a point for 4 tops and a bottom. We're off. We're a hun. We're done. Joe Froome coming on back. 491, 143. It was a 23-10 thou. Jody George, 27 out, 632, 3. And, well, do the math. You have a couple of time runs here. And we'll go back into round number, hey, we're at round number 4 already.
Steve Jaslowski, we need you up in the tower, please. Steve Jaslowski, we need you up in the tower, please. Another points update for y'all after round number 3. Snitches Get Stitches are in the lead by 1. Ballers behind them in second. Third place is the Shit Show. And fourth place is Team Baco. Potential buy run for round number 3 of No Box is car number 703V. Linda Valdez is a potential buy in No Box. Your potential buy in box, car number 7064. Rob Knowles is a potential buy run in box. Steve Jablowski, we need you in the tower, please. Steve Jablowski, we need you in the tower, please. We do have prizes for best losing package, round number 3. We got a Yeti-style coffee cup, courtesy of Hurricane Racing Engines, with some cash on the inside of it for best losing package for 3rd round. No box side was Chad Logie. Chad Logie had the best losing package of round number 3 in no box. Jesse went to go give him his cup before he loaded up to go home. And Sean Ealing is your best losing package in box for round number 3. So, Sean, you have a Yeti-style coffee cup coming your way, courtesy of Hurricane Racing Engines, with some cash inside of it. Sean Ealing, best losing package in box for round number 3. You can come up to the tower and collect that. And box guys, I know you just made your pass, but if you're a winner, you need to bring it right back up. Box. We need all box winners back up to the lanes at your earliest convenience. Hey, we got more best losing package giveaways for 4th round. So if you are not lucky, but I don't even know, I guess lucky enough to get the best losing package in box and no box 4th round, you got a couple of goodies coming your way courtesy of Meziere. We got 20 cars coming back in box and 22 coming back in no box. Doing some track prep. We got the stream working again. It was a little choppy before. Had to change the internet that we were using. We ran out of hotspot on one, so we switched over to the other. So it should be good to go now. Thank you all for tuning in. We're getting down into the rounds here, getting down to the nitty-gritty. One more round to go until we start doing call-outs. Getting that track nice and sticky for the test and tuners. And then we'll go into our 4th round of box and no box. Well, no box first and then box. Laying down that sticky icky. Everybody stay where you're at. Don't go riding down there. We'll get this safety guys down there, go check him out. He's out of the car. He's all right. That's one hell of a driving job. I'll tell you what. Lost a tire. Frickin' kept it off the wall and missed all the blocks. So thank you to the driver. Car's still in one piece. Track's still in one piece. Probably needs a spare set of underwear, but hey, man. One hell of a driving job down there.
There's our safety truck right on time. Comes the ambulance too.
Well, we will be down for a little while. Get the car off the track, make sure there's no debris, no oil or any fluids on the track, and then we'll get back to racing. So if y'all are in the lane, just hang tight for a little bit. We got some cleanup to do. And then we will get right back to racing.
And while you're not doing anything right now, just know the snack bar is going to close at 3 o'clock. So you have about 20 minutes to go hit the snack bar because there'll be a couple more minutes before they get the car lifted and taken off the racetrack. I don't know if they're just going to put a new tire on it and get it going or what, but snack bar closes in 20 minutes. Okay, Jennifer's now at the base of the tower. Well, not really. She's up here. And she's selling hats. She has a few left. Go pester her. Concession stand still has 12 minutes, which means we've been 8 minutes more into watching him try to shove this thing up onto the trailer. So, hope you're having a good time sitting in the staging lanes. We'll be back to racing pretty soon. After this round, both groups should be down to that less than 16, so you'll be able to do your call-outs and argue it out with your racers. Who are you going to pick to race next round?
Hey guys, don't forget we do have prizes for best losing package in box and no box for 4th round, courtesy of Meziere. So if you do happen to lose 4th round, don't leave the track just yet, because we do have best losing packages to hand out. And we do have to wait till the end of the round before we can calculate all that and figure out who gets what. So if you do end up losing 4th round, stick around for a little bit. Maybe you got the best losing package, who knows. Alrighty, we got the Mustang on the trailer and making its way off the track. Got a little bit of cleanup to do, and then we'll finish our test and tune guys. Looks like we got, what, 1 or 2 more maybe. And then we'll go into 4th round of no box. Hey, if you look in the right lane, you can see the world's best backwards driver. Got the Zamboni out there doing a little bit of work. Hey guys, we still got some pink skull candy wired earbuds and a pair of black reading glasses up here in the tower. Nobody's claimed them yet, and I don't need reading glasses, and I don't think Eric needs reading glasses, and I got Beats, so I don't need pink ear pods, and I don't think Eric wants pink earbuds either. Yeah, and it was somebody else's earwax. So we could use somebody to claim these glasses and earbuds. So Eric's about to get creative with the glasses. All right, we need to get through 2 more test and tuners. Just keep it pointed straight. Oh, we got 3. Burp, 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 burp. All right, well, we got to go check out the Corvette. Looked like his front wheels were locked. The guy in the back really should have worn a belt. Okay. We have one more test and tune guy. Please, for the love of all that is holy, keep it straight. Tim, just please. All right, we are back in business, folks. Round number 4 of no box in the water box right now. Left-hand side, Jay Greener out of South San Francisco. Jay Griner in the 74 Ventura. Racing for the shot callers this weekend, dialed into 676. Right side, Wesley Eisinger, Ripon, California. 30-year-old entry, the Eisinger Racing 69 Valiant. Racing for Team Baco. Team Baco's making a nice comeback here this weekend. They were down kind of far yesterday, and they are back up. I think they're third right now in points as of this moment in time. So let's see if Wesley can turn on another win light for him. One of them's in trouble here. Give the win to Wesley Eisinger, 15 on the tree, 4 above, taking 23. Thou at the stripe. Jay, 43 on the tree, 3 above, no good. Your next pair, Jeff LaSalle. Out of Cloverdale, the 67 Dodge RT, Snitches Get Stitches, team affiliate. Dialed into 644. Right-hand side, Don Momi, 583 for the driver out of Stockton and his 38 Chevy sedan. Snitches Get Stitches is the team for Jeff, and they're pretty far up there. First or second, I believe, in points. Oh, boy. At the finish line, give it to Jeff LaSalle. 008. 3 above, 5, take 35 at the stripe. Don was 99 and broke it out 3. No good. Your next pair, Christopher Martin out of Brentwood in the 07 Corvette, dialed to 637. Cliff Hall on the right, dialed to 652 in the Falcon. Racing for the Ballers. The Ballers got some work to do in the points side of the world. Not too far off from first, though. They still got, I'm pretty sure, 4 of their 5 drivers still in. And give the win to Cliff Hall. Christopher clicks at 2, Thou red. Cliff, 42 on the tree, dead 1. Taking the win, and he will move on to round number 5. Your next pair here, right-hand side, John Tobias out of Emmett. 4 tops in the bottom is his team affiliate, dialed in at a 6 flat. Left-hand side, Dave Schaefer, Auburn, California, the 66 Mustang, dialed in at a 634. Racing for Team Killer. Pre-stage on, here we go. One of them's in trouble here. Finish line, give it to John Tobias, 27, 1 above, 9, taking 4 thou stripe. Dave, 58 on the tree, breaks it out by 8 thou, no good. Next pair, Dean Kirkman. Another one of the Team Baco entries, the 655 double nickel Chevy, left-hand side, dialed to 636. Right side, Robert Cochran, and the 67 Chevelle, dialed to 859. We're staged up. Here we go. Three thou separate them up front. Give the win to Dean Kirkman, 16 dead, 0 to be 16 total, taking 42 at the stripe. Robert, 13 on the tree and 4 above. No good. Your next pair, John Gray, out of Vacaville. The Sims Performance 72 Demon. F-Stock Automatic, dialed in at a 682. Right side, Henry Roberson, and the Mustang racing for the Ballers, dialed in at a 725. Bumping in, bumping in, bumping in. Here we go. 6 thou separate them up front. We got a good one. Give the win to John Gray. 10, 3 above, taking 1 thou at the stripe. Henry, 16, 2 above, 9. No good. Good job of driving there by John. Your next pair, David Chun Jr. out of Vancouver, the 99 Dragster, racing for Shit Show. Dialed in at a 523. Racing off the bottom in the Dragster. And Cooper's Dragster. David Meyer out of Shreden, driving that blacked out Chevy S10, racing for the Ballers, dialed in at a 653 over in the right-hand side of the racetrack. Three thou separate them up front. Give the win to David Meyer, 36. Breaks it out by 4. David Chun, 39 on the tree, breaks out by 1. Took 3 thou at the stripe. No good there. Your next pair, Kip Poole out of Poolsbo in the 79 Malibu, racing for Team Killer. Dialed in at a 703. Right side, Jim Glenn, 627 is the dial in for the 69 Firebird out of Ridgefield. Two thou separate them up front. Here we go. At the finish line, give it to Jim Glenn. 25 on the tree, dead 0 to be 25 total. Kip Poole was 2 thou behind at the start, broke it out by 3, took 28 finish line. No good. Mathematically ineligible. Your next pair, Dennis Paz. The 65 El Camino out of Stockton, racing for Snitches Get Stitches, dialed in at a 677 over on the left. Right side, Ken Park, 669 is the dial. For the Fix Auto Repair Collision, 72 Dotson. Two thou separate them up front. This is a good round of no box. Here we go at the finish line. Give it to Dennis Paz. 12, 3 above 3. Ken Parks was 14 on the tree, 2 thou behind at the start. Broke it out by 2. Took 45 finish line. Needed to take, what, around 20-ish or less there. Doing some quick math. Next pair, Mike Ealing out of Rohnert Park, dialed to 650 in the El Camino Snitches Get Stitches is the team of choice. In the left, right side, Doug Rudd dialed 7 flat in the 64 Fairlane, racing for Team Killer. Doug's in. Mike's in. One of them is in trouble here. Mike gets off the gas down there, and he's going to take the win. 41 on the tree. Runs a 10th over, taking 20 thou stripe. Doug Rudd was a little bit late there on the tree, 110. 6 above, no good. Your next pair of no box, Jody George out of Bakersfield in the 84 Regal, racing for Team Baco. Left-hand side, dialed to 631. Right-hand side, Linda Valdez was the potential buy. She's got to win here to retain it, or we will pick a new one. Dialed into 667 in the 67 Camaro on the right. $16th out, separate them up front. Give the win to Jody George, 82 on the tree, dead 5, taking 10th out stripe. Linda, 98 on the tree, breaks it out by a thou. Needed to be a thou better there on the starting line. Couldn't get it done. Here we go straight into box. Randy Cloud left-hand side in the 69 Maverick L&M transmissions on the side of the Galt, California entry. Dialed in at 579 right side, John Prott in the 2010 Sarmento chassis dragster. Dialed in at a 474. I like that dragster. I think I've said it before, but I am a fan of the dragster. Yeah, Cade said he likes the front wheels, so I agree. And as I say that, looks like John had some issues. Shut off on him there. Randy was 13, 2 above. I was hoping Randy wasn't going to break out there, but he went 2 above with the 7, and he'll take the win moving on to the next round. Give the point to the eliminators. Your next pair in the water box, Rob Dayton, Livermore, California entry. The Tech Machine Shop in Livermore, sponsored 56 Thunderbird with a 427 under the hood. Dialed in at a 691 in the left, right side, Brian Cam. Brian dialed a 656 out of Pacifica. Tom and Jack's Automotive, sponsored 88 Firebird, racing for Drag Race Machine. One of the lone Drag Race Machine entries still in. Brian Cam clicks it 2 thou red, giving the win to Rob Dayton, 30 on the tree. Runs at 5 above. Rob moving on. Your next pair in box, Bill Wood out of Reading. The 99 Victory chassis dragster. I don't think that's a 99 Victory, but we'll go with it. Racing for 12-pack, dialed to 487. Right side, Rob Hartzell. The Modesto, California entry in the 64 Nova, dialed in at a 609. Henry Roberson. Henry Roberson is the best losing package in no box. Round number 4, you got a Meziere water pump coming your way. Come on up to the tower and collect one of the 2 Meziere water pumps for your best losing package. Oh man, Rod Hartzell clicks it 2 thou red, but he had a tough one in the other lane. Bill Wood, 9 on the tree, breaks it out 3 thou. Rod, 2 red, 1 above 1, no good. Your next pair in box, Joe Levitt out of Carmichael. In the Nova, racing for Ballers. Dialed in at a 603, right side, Kevin Shearer out of Belfair, Washington in the 27 Ford Roadster, dialed in at a 525. The Washington boys are still going strong. They're making their trip worth it. Kevin turns it 32 thou red, giving the win to Joe Levitt. Joe is 31 on the tree, runs an 07 with a 3 on his 03 dial in, and he will move on to round number next. Next pair, John Colecci, Maple Valley, Washington is where he calls home. Hand and trailer repair, 08 worthy chassis dragster. Dialed in at a 494 over on the left-hand side. Right side, Joe Froome out of Red Bluff. The 2012 Yancer chassis. Dialed in at a 490. Froome racing for 4 tops and a bottom. The Tehima Tire Service entry. 11th out, separate him up front. Give the win to John Colecci, 22. Runs a 505 with a 9 on his 494 dial-in. Joe Froome, 11 on the tree. Broke it out by 2 thou and took a 10th finish line. Took 132, needed to take 130 or less. No good. Next pair, Jason Hoffman, left side out of Vacaville, dialed in at a 687. Right side, Robert Butler. Races for the Ballers, dialed in at a 624. Seventh out, separate him up front. Give the win to Robert Butler, 25, 1 above 7 to take 3 thou stripe. Jason Hoffman, 32 on the tree, 1 above 3, no good. Left side, Adam Hicks out of Nevada City. K&N and Mickey Thompson Tire. Sponsor dragster, the 2014 TNT chassis with a Chevy 622. Powering it to a guesstimated 453 dial, and Ken Parks right side, dial to 667 out of Placerville. And the 1972 240Z. Fix Auto Repair and Collision. Sponsored 240Z. One of them is virtually done. Yep, Ken Parks. Trip, zip, 71 with a 3 on his 67 dial-in. Adam Hicks sounded like he had some trans brake issues there off the line and then goes a 10th and a half over. No good. Ken Parks moving on. Next pair, Sean McInnes, Valley Springs, California. Big Performance sponsored 1978 Camaro. Dialed in at a 642. Jim Glenn, right side, dialed in at a 626 in the 1969 Firebird. He also races for Shit Show. Jim Glenn turns a 5 thou red, and he is going to be kicking himself. Sean McInnes, 200 plus on the tree, breaks it out by a thou. Jim Glenn, 5 thou red and dead 4. Hot, man. Hide the sharp objects from Jim. Your next pair, Robert Crum in the left lane, dialed to 655 in the 63 Nova with a LS6 in it. Right side, Shane Ericart, dialed in at a 670 in the 75 Celica. $12 thou, separate him up front. And give the win to Shane Ericart, 32, 3 above 6, taking 71 thou stripe. Robert Crum, 44 on the tree, and a 10th over. No good. And here is your last pair of box. Katie Reyes, left-hand side, out of Tracy, California, the R&R Racing Incorporated 2016 Racecraft chassis dragster. Dialed in at a 478. Right side, Rob Knowles out of Schrieden. This was your potential buy, but we had an even amount of cars coming back, so he's got to win this to retain his buy run for next round. Dialed in at a 646 in the 69 Camaro. Racing for the shot callers. Knowles is pre-staged. Here comes Katie. Katie's pre-stage is on. We're bumping in. Here we go. Katie turns it 2 thou red, giving the win to Rob Knowles. Knowles, 31 on the tree. 3 above, taking the win. Katie, 2 thou red and dead 5. And that'll do it for round number 4 of box and no box. We need all winners back up to the staging lanes as soon as possible. All winners back up to the staging lanes as soon as possible. All right, so your best losing package in no box was Henry Roberson. You can come on up here and grab one of these water pumps. And Jason Hoffman is your best losing package in box. So both of you have a couple of Meziere water pumps up here with your name on it. And what else do we got here? We got... So in box, Rob Knowles will retain the buy, but we got 10 cars coming back, so he will retain the buy in box. And Jeff LaSalle is your potential buy in no box. Alrighty, so I got a little team update for everybody. First place is Snitches Get Stitches, and then 1 point behind them are the Ballers. And then after that, we got the Shit Show in third, and then in fourth place is Team Bako. We need all winners back up to the lanes for callouts. All winners back up to the lanes for callouts. We have less than 16 in both categories, so we're going to be doing callouts from here on out. Hey guys, we need box and no box back up to the lanes for callouts. If you're not already here, we need you back up to the lanes for callouts.
Well, somebody's having a little dragster time. Yeah, time only. A time only, yeah. I love hand signals. Nothing better than hand signal dial-ins, too. So it looks like No Box is back here ready to go. Box, I'm assuming you're back there somewhere. Well, no, Box is up here apparently. Looks like Jeff is going to start the round. I think we're just like taking that first try in the dragster sort of thing. So as soon as it clears the top end, we'll start things up here with Jeff LaSalle. So adding a point to Snitches Get Stitches for free right now is Jeff LaSalle. I think he's one of the few people that's actually been the track champ here and Sonoma in the same season. 4-3 to start. Playing against a 644, he goes 650. Taking it easy, 95 miles per hour. Let's see if the Ballers can score a point now as John Gray and Cliff Hall come to the starting line. John racing for team I'm Not Racing for a Team, 682. Cliff, 652. They bump it in. They head out of here. 200. That's an awful lot of time to give to Cliff Hall. But you got it back anyway. John Gray, 680. Cliff took the stripe by 3, broke out by 3. Dennis Paz and Jody George. Paz aiming for a snitch. George trying for Bakersfield. For Team Baco. I hope they don't refer to the town like that. I mean, it's 4 syllables, so it might be a little hard to say for some people, but... Phew. We're rolling. Ouch. Ooh. Jody, that's going to leave a mark. 681, Dennis Paz got 7 down there. Jody put 3 aces on the board, and, well, let's say Dennis's 18 was a lot better. Mike Ealing, John Tobias. A snitch or a 4 tops and a bottom? Who's going to get the point? Kind of got an idea who's going to get the point, but the finish line's down there. Yep, well, this time it was right. Tobias 5 out of the gate. 602 took the stripe by 2. Ealing 36 out, 651. So the 4 tops get a point. And now Jim Glenn, Wes Isinger. For Wes, going for Baco. Glenn just going for the honor of the state of Washington. I think Bako might get a point. Yep, I'm right. 3 there for Wes. 1 over, took 1 stripe. Glenn went 1 on and still was behind by 1. A lot of 1s there as we get Dean Kirkman and David Meyer. One of those marquee matchups right now. 635 Kirkman, Meyer. 652. Bako or the Ballers? Make it 12 thou now. David Meyer takes 3 thou stripe, goes dead 3. Kirkman went 17 start, 18 above. 39-10 thou at the stripe. David Meyer continues on. Gives the Ballers another point as we go right to box. Randy Cloud and Rob Dayton. First 2. 580 there for Randy for the Eliminators. Dayton just came into race today, 695. Double breakout. Randy Cloud scores a point for the Eliminators there, 5-7-9-9. He was under by 1, 15 light. Dayton went 8 out of the gate. Grabbed 15 thou too much down there. Bill Wood and Robert Butler come up. 12-pack over there, Ballers over here. Somebody did real good. How about that Bill Wood? 1 out of the gate, 488. Butler, 11 out of the gate. Grabbed 4 thou too much. So 12-pack, Ain gains a point. Now, John Kalecki over there. Rob Knowles over here. If Knowles wins, he is still eligible for a bye. Well, now he isn't, unfortunately. He fouled by a thou. John Kalecki, 5'18", 130 miles an hour. Knowles under by 1 thou, goes dead 3 for a great run, except for that red light. Your basic Toyota versus Datsun pairing here in Pro ET. 670, 670. Ken Parks, Shane Ehricart. He says, say collars and cuffs don't match under the hoods. Advantage, Ken Parks. Win light, though. Shane Ehricart, 672. Took 1 hun down there. Parks gave it back by a bunch. Went 95 miles per hour across the stripe. Joe Levitt and Sean McInnes, the ballers, aiming for a point here. And again, winners just start heading right back. We're going to be down to 6 in no box. I think we're down to about the same number here in box. Might be, no, we'll be down to 5 here. Ooh. Identically off the line, 18. Win light, dead 9, Joe Levitt. The ballers get a point. McInnes got to the stripe first by a hun. Needed 1 thou less. He needed an 099 instead of that 010 or 009 there. So that finishes up round number 5 for everybody. Head on back, guys.
Alrighty, so your potential buy for next round in no box is Wesley Eisinger. However, we do have 6 cars coming back, or should have 6 cars coming back. So Wesley will have the buy, will have the potential buy, but we will have 6 cars coming back, so he will need to win to retain that. And in box, Bill Wood will have your buy run. We have 5 cars coming back in box, and Bill Wood, with his 001 light, will get the buy there. Hey guys, just a heads up. If you're leaving your pit, you know, packing up for the weekend, we appreciate you coming out. If you have trash in your pit, can you do us a favor and pick it up and throw it in the closest trash can? Helps out the track staff so we don't have that much cleaning up to do at the end of the weekend. I know, you know, in the heat of the day when you're going rounds, you might lose track of where some trash goes on the ground, but if you see some trash on the floor or on the ground around your pit area, could you do us a favor and pick that up and put it in the trash can so we have a little bit less work? We would greatly appreciate it. Hey guys, box and no box. Need you back to the lanes. Pronto. Box and no box, back to the lanes for call outs. Hey guys, Jesse and Tony are on their way to do call-outs for y'all. We still got 2 more test and tune guys to go, but while we got some downtime, let me do a shameless plug for some more TNA races coming up this year. We got this weekend, and then our next race is June 10th through the 13th at Darlington. Twin 25s and a 48 grander main event out in Darlington, South Carolina. So if you're watching online and you happen to be a racer over on the East Coast, tell your friends about that one. It's going to be a good time putting that on with Keith Berry. And then after that, June 26th and 27th, we have twin 10 granders here at Sacramento. June 26th and 27th here at Sacramento, we got 2 10 grand to win races. And then July 31st and August 1st, we have a race out of Samoa. We'll be doing some fishing, some partying. Got all kinds of good stuff planned for Samoa. And then the next 3 races are here at SAC, August 28th and 29th, October 16th and 17th, and November 20th and 21st. And those are all here at SAC Raceway. Don't forget, we're doing the This Is Bracket Racing Points Series. Racing for a national championship, competing against other tracks without having to actually leave your home track, so that's pretty cool. So if you haven't signed up, I don't know if you get throwaway races or not. I think you do. I'm not sure. That's a question for Jesse or Ashley with This Is Bracket Racing. But you can sign up for that still. We still got 4 more race weekends here at SAC and then 1 at Samoa. So plug those dates into the calendar because you don't want to miss any more TNA Race Club events coming up this year. I'm super excited for it. I'll be at almost all of them. I don't know if I'm going to Darlington or not, but I'll try my best to be at all the rest of the TNA races. As we got box and no box in the back of the lanes getting their pairings. We got 5 coming back in box and 6 coming back in no box. If you've stuck around all day watching the live feed, thanks for tuning in all day long. Put in a lot of hard work yesterday morning to get all this up and working. We had a little rough patch today when we lost some hotspot data and we had to switch over, but we're good now. Getting down to the nitty-gritty, that's when it all matters, really. All right. Looks like we're getting some no-box guys in the lanes. I hear cars fired up. I see one pulling forward. I see two pulling forward. Here we go. Left-hand side, John Gray out of Vacaville, California. F-Stock Automatic, Sims Performance 1972 Demon. John dialed it into 681. Right side, Jeff LaSalle, Cloverdale, California. Jeff's Performance Garage, sponsored 67 Dodge RT, dialed into 647, racing for the Snitches. They are still leading the points chase. Coming down to the wire. It's still up for grabs between the Ballers and the Snitches. We're pre-stage bumping in. Jeff's in. John's in. One of them is in a lot of trouble here. And give the win to John Gray, 26 on the tree, 2 above 9 to take 62 thou. Jeff LaSalle, 98 on the tree and 1 above 9. No good. Here's your next pair, Dennis Paz. Another one of the snitches. In the 65 El Camino, dialed into 678 right side. David Meyer out of Sheridan, California in the S10 racing for the Ballers. This is a big matchup here. The Ballers really need this one. Let's see if David can pull it off for him. Or is Dennis going to damn near seal the deal? Thirteenth thou separate him up front, and the win light's going to go to David Meyer. He pulls it off. 22, dead 4, taking 19th thou stripe. Dennis Paz, 009 on the tree and 3 above 6. Couldn't get there. David Meyer pulls it off for the Ballers, and that's a big one. Next pair, John Tobias. In the custom-built dragster, 4 tops and a bottom for him, dialed in at a 597. Right side, Wesley Isinger racing for Team Baco. Team Baco is making quite a comeback today. The 1969 Valiant, dialed in at a 597. Don't count out Team Baco yet. They are not out of it yet. Nobody's moving. John's in. Here we go. Wesley's in. 3 thou separate him. 4 thou separate him up front. Gave the win to John on the double breakout. 15. Breaks it out 5 to take 4 thou stripe. Wesley 19 on the tree. Breaks it out 5. The difference was the starting line there. 4 thou up front equals 4 thou at the finish line, and John takes it to round number next. Here we go. Here's your buy run and box. Bill Wood. He's going to go ahead and take his lap first. Racing for 12-pack. The lone 12-pack left. .006 on the tree, runs it down through there to go dead 7. 14, nope. 13 total. It's a little late in the day. I'm having a hard time doing some quick math. He'll move on to the next round as we got Randy Cloud in the left lane. Dialed in at a 579 in the 1969 L&M transmission sponsored Mavic racing for the Eliminators. The lone Eliminator left. And John Colecci racing Cooper Chun's dragster. John had something break there on his last run. Thanks to one of the new TNA rules. Rules say clearly that if you win the round, you can hop into someone's car and keep on going. And that's what we got right now. John in Cooper's car. He's staged. But he is a little tardy. And give the win to Randy Cloud, 33, dead 1 to take 2 thou at the stripe. John Colecci, 78, breaks it out by a ton. Randy moving on. Here is your last pair. Joe Levitt racing for the Ballers in the Nova. He really needs to get this one here. He could tie it up. Shane Ericart, right-hand side, dialed into the 671 and the 75 Celica. Six thou separate him up front. Give the win to Shane Ericart, 38 on the tree, 2 above 2, taking 14th thou stripe. Joe, 32 on the tree, runs at 4 above, no good, and that's going to do it for box. Once again, we need all winners to come back. All winners come right back up. All right, so I got a little points update for you guys. We had a system error in the points tabulation, using fancy words. The Ballers are currently in the lead by 3 points. Hey, guys, once again, we need all winners right back on up to the staging lanes for callouts. All winners right back up to the staging lanes for callouts. Is this a grudge race? Is that what's happening right now? I'm going to make fun of that Camaro if this Explorer beats it. Hey guys, I got Henry Sr. up here. He's getting a brand new S10, and he's looking for some help to do the wiring in it.
It's a 2000 Extreme.
A 2000 Extreme. He's looking for someone to help him out with the wiring.
Got a V8
So if anybody wants to help out Henry Sr. with his S10, he said help will be greatly appreciated. If you want to help him out, come find him.
get a hold of my son.
You can get a hold of Henry Sr. or you can find Henry Jr. either. So in no box, John Tobias has lane choice, or John Tobias has the buy, and David Meyer has lane choice of the pair.
And in box, Randy Cloud has the buy.
So, and then in box, Randy Cloud has the buy,
Bill Wood has lane choice.
and Bill Wood has lane choice in the pair over Shane Ericart. So John Tobias and Randy Cloud are your buy runs in box and no box. If you want to sit out your buy run, send Jesse a text or come up to the tower and let us know. So we're not looking for you.
Hey, here we go. Let's see if we can add some more points to somebody. It's John Gray and David Meyer get set to go. No box semifinals. Meyer scored points in all but the first round of racing today. 652. John Gray, who's just kind of taking points away from people today, 683. Winner gets John Tobias. What? So we know 4 tops and a bottom gets a free point. This is going to be a work for it point. David Meyer and John Gray. Here comes the stripe. How about John Gray? 11 out, dead 9. Puts 20 total for an 8th thou stripe. Meyer 15 out, added 13. 8th thou margin of victory. John Gray and John Tobias. All those in had Gray and Tobias as your 2 finalists. Raise your hand. Six out. So it looks like Tobias will get lane choice in the final round. 594. 113 miles per hour. We go right into box. Bill Wood gets a point for the 12-pack right here if he wins. Shane Ericart going to try to do everything he can to keep that from happening. Shane only showing up today. Red light, Bill Wood. Shane Ericart, 43 to the money run, 669.102. Well, the semi-money run, that is. Wood, red by a thou, 4.885. Randy Cloud gets a point for the eliminators. So, right now, and as we look at it, we're just going to say the Ballers are probably going to be your champs today. Only because Snitches, I don't believe, have any more players. Well, Ballers don't have any more players either. The 2 teams that are left in the points aren't nearly close enough.
Hey, David Meyer and Bill Wood, we need you to the front of the lanes. Jesse's got your semi-round money, or I guess quarter it would be. Bill Wood and David Meyer, Jesse's got your round money at the front of the lanes. And while we're talking about the front of the lanes, our finalists in box and no box, our overall semifinalists, we need you back to the lanes. You know, whenever your car's, gassed up, charged up, cooled down, all that good stuff. Ballers. They're gonna wrap up your team points championship for the day. They got a cool $1,600 going to them that they can split up however they see fit. They got the race number 1 of 2021 team championship in the bag. David Meyer basically sealed the deal for them, going all the way to the quarterfinals, taking out Dennis. If Dennis had won and beat David and then went on to win the race, the Snitches actually would have won. So David Meyer came in clutch for the Ballers in the quarters. As we got some more test in tune guys. Gonna make some passes. Oh, it's an extendo flag, I see. You picked a good spot to be at, Henry. You're right in front of the camera for the live feed. A little too much sauce on the tune-up there. This tan Mustang coming up here did a half-track wheelie yesterday. Unfortunately, the half-track wheelie did not win the most extravagant Mustang pass of the weekend. All right. It's about that time. All right, we got one more test and tune guy here, and then we're going to roll into box and no box. We're going to find out real quick who's going to the final round. We got Randy Cloud versus Shane Ericart, and John Gray versus John Tobias. All righty, here we go. This is your first half of the semifinal. Your two finalists in no box, which is deceiving because one of them is a dragster. Left-hand side, John Gray. Out of Vacaville, California, the Sims Performance 72 Demon. F-Stock Automatic. Dialed in at a 648. Right-hand side, John Tobias out of Emmett, Idaho. That custom-built dragster with a muffler on the back end of it. Dialed in at a 594, racing for 4 tops and a bottom. Even though the Ballers sealed the deal, this one's still for pride. Gain an extra point. John Gray's been taking away everybody's points all day long, and he does not plan on stopping here. We're both pre-staged. John Gray has also not lost at all today, so there's something. One of them is in a lot of trouble here. Give it to John Gray. 9 and 2 above 5 to take 63,000 stripe. And that will be one of the two finalists today. Don't forget, we are racing for $8,000 instead of $7,000 in the final round pot because we had 115 cars go down the track in first round. And here is your other half of the final. Randy Cloud racing for the Eliminators. L&M transmission sponsored 1969 Maverick, dialed in at a 579. Shane Ericart, 670 is the dial for the 1975 Celica. 17th out, separate him up front. Give it to Randy Cloud. 14, 2 above 3, taking 34,000 stripe. Shane 31 on the tree and 4 above. No bueno. So your final round will be Randy Cloud versus John Gray. 2 door cards, I might add. I'll just put that out there. Door cards are superior to dragsters, just saying. So the final round will be an eliminator versus a free agent. Let's see if John Gray can upset literally everybody he's faced that has a team. John will have lane choice over Randy in the final. John Gray was 09. Randy was 5 thou off. He was 14. So John Gray will have lane choice in the final round. Ballers.
And we're down to these two. The last two players in the game, and only one of them is going to try to get a point. As John Gray goes to the water. I see Randy Cloud at the water. Oh, I guess we have to take a picture of something. So Cloud, the chance to get one more point for the eliminators. And as I see it, oh no, because I can't tell on the screen. Looking at here, John Gray, I said, was the only racer who didn't lose all day. Randy Cloud whiffed the first round. Came back. He was your runner-up in the bracket last night. He was a runner-up in box last night. Now, he has a chance to do it all. The player from Galt, that god-awful little town. 69 Maverick, 547 inches of Ford, 340 Demon over there. The legal NHRA stock eliminator car, John Gray. Last night the money went to Washington. He's going to stay right close to the racetrack today. They're running. Here comes Randy Cloud Gray with 2 out of the gate. He does it. How about 20 to start? Add 6 down the road. John Gray, the no-box car, takes the title. Cloud, not bad. He went 43 out. Added 13 down, but 3 Hun stripe. John Gray, your champion today. Here at the first of the TNA Club shows of the year. So we'll turn it back, give a few more words so I can run a couple of reports, and here we go.
All righty, guys. Well, thank you on behalf of TNA Race Club, Jesse Adams, Tony Trimp, everybody that made this possible. Thank you for coming out and supporting this weekend's event, the first of many TNA Race Club events this year. We got 4 more at SAC, including a twin 10-grander, so don't miss that one. Got a race over in Darlington, South Carolina in the beginning of June, and then we have a race at Samoa in July. The TNA Race Club schedule is posted on our Instagram and Facebook pages, so if you're not already following us on Instagram, it's TNA Race Club, real simple. On Facebook, TNA, Tony and Jesse, or what, Trimp and Adams? Yeah, Trimp and Adams. Apparently the T in TNA stands for truck, though, is what Jesse told me yesterday. Go follow us on Facebook as well. Thank you for making everything run as smooth as possible. I hope you all enjoyed the live feed. Thanks to Steve for getting that set up, and we're going to have a live feed at every race this year. So once again, thank you guys. On behalf of Eric and everybody that works up in the tower, all the track staff, we're going to sign it out. Until next time, peace out.